Good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Elsister, and I'm Governor Ever's Chief Legal Counsel, and also have the honor of serving as Chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Today is our August 12th, 2022 hearing. Thank you for joining with us. I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items, and then we are going to jump right into it. As you know, we are, as you should have seen a little notification, we are live streaming this. So because of that, please be mindful of that. It is being live streamed on YouTube and also Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. In order to make it easier for the board members present, please turn off your camera until it's your turn to speak, and also mute yourself. That way we can have the 4 board members, you can see us, and then we can also hear the person who is speaking to us. In order to turn off your camera and mute yourself, there are 2 little icons in the lower left-hand corner of your screen that you can just click. One is a microphone that mutes yourself. The other one's a camera. That one turns off your camera. When I call you up, please do the opposite and turn your camera on and unmute yourself. We are going to be going in the order that people are listed on the open meeting notice today. So we will be starting with Joseph, then Nikki, then Nicholas, Randall, Kenneth, Thomas, Paul, Christopher, Jason, and then Durambo. After we get done with our morning session, or that first session, then we'll, if we have extra time, we'll take a little break until we hop into the 10 a.m. session. And then we will be going into closed session closer to the noon hour. When it's your turn to speak, again, unmute yourself, turn your camera back on, and you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to answer the questions we sent you. As a reminder, we want to hear about what your conviction was, how you ended up with it, and we want specifics. That means I did this, I did that, not just I was in the wrong place at the wrong time and pled guilty a couple months later. We want to know what you did and how you ended up in that situation. We also want to know what happened afterwards. How did your sentence go? What did you do to turn things around? And why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So again, you have about 5 to 7 minutes. If you start going over that, I will cut you off and we'll open it up for questions. So I'm going to be a little bit strict with time today. So just be concise. And then when I open it up to questions, the board may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it one way or the other. Sometimes it's a fairly straightforward decision for us. Other times it's because your application was so thorough, we don't have any questions for you. After we get done hearing from everybody, we'll be meeting in closed session as a board. During that time, the 4 board members will consider the applications before us, and we'll be making a decision on who to forward to Governor Evers for final consideration. If you receive majority support from the board members present, that means you need 3 out of the 4 board members present, your application will go to Governor Evers for a final decision. If you do not receive majority support, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, then you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board. You should receive that in about 2 months, give or take, from today's hearing. Similarly, if you get majority support, Governor Evers signs off on your pardon, you'll be notified in about 2 to 3 months from today's hearing. The final thing I have is once you're done hearing from us, you will feel free to jump off. Nobody stays on. You don't get any extra credit points for staying on. So you can go about the rest of your Friday and hopefully enjoy your weekend. And with that, we will go to our first applicant, Mr. Joseph Kish. So Joseph.
May I, this is Attorney Newsberger. I'm sorry, I'm here for Christopher Keach. He's here. We're going to mute and stop the video, but I just wanted to recognize that my name may come up. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
But thank you.
That's fine. Cindy?
Ryan, can you just introduce the board members?
Oh, my apologies. Thanks, Cindy. Helpful reminder. This is why it's a team effort. So in addition to myself, we also have Jeff Kremers. He's retired Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who works for the Department of Corrections and Department of Justice and also keeps me on track. And we have Anthony Cooper, who works with reentry at the Nehemiah Center. Right, Anthony? All right, at least I passed that test. And with that, we will be going to you, Joseph. So Joseph, please proceed.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you for accepting me as a candidate for the expungement. I've been waiting a long time for this.
All right, well, Joseph, you can just kind of answer the three questions I have. How did you end up with your felony conviction for possession? What happened afterwards, and why do you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon?
I was younger, 20 years old, 1994, I believe it was. I was traveling on I-94 and got pulled over going to a party, and I had LSD on my possession. Got arrested with it, served 3 months in jail, 2 years probation and a fine, and was honest with the police about everything that I had on me, did my time, paid my sentences and my dues. After that, I learned my lesson. I got married, been married for 18 years, got 4 children that I live with, have started 2 businesses, and throughout the course of time, relocated to South Carolina. We opened up a ultrasound business that we got rid of, a couple mechanic shops that we got rid of, and then now we're in the process of possibly trying to open a franchise here, an Honest One auto care franchise in South Carolina. The felony has always weighed on me in my employment, so I've not been able to get certain jobs, I do believe, because I've had great qualifications my whole life, being a mechanic and owning businesses, but I've been rejected many times for it. So for me, just having that expunged would be something that I think I'd be able not to have to explain to my kids about what I had. You know, I got a 6 and a 7 year, or I mean, a 7 and 8 year old, sorry, they just had birthdays, and me having to tell the previous owners of the shop that I'm trying to buy it from, you know, that what I'm doing today and why I need it off of work and everything. It's just, I don't know, it's just one of those things where for me, not having it weighing over my head where I gotta say I did this in 1994, but have been okay ever since. It's just, I think that I've paid my time and my due having a felony over my head for this long over something that I did when I was a child. So, I mean, I was an adult, but it was a long time ago.
Thanks, Joseph. Couple of questions I have for you, Joseph, then I'll open up for the board. So just taking a look at both your application and your background check. Looks like this wasn't disclosed in your application, but there was arrest in 1994 for battery, domestic abuse related. What was that about? Do you remember that? And if so, what happened?
I believe that was when I had some guy come into my
Can you speak up, Mr. Kish? Thanks.
That was actually supposed to be dropped. What happened was somebody came into my yard and was kicking the back of my van, trying to get me to come out and fight him. And we ended up getting into an altercation in my yard. I got a lawyer. The lawyer matched the footprints up with the guy, and I was actually supposed to have that dropped from what my lawyer said, and the battery never got taken off of my record. So
okay. Then also too in 1994, like in 1998, you had an arrest for child abuse, intentionally causing harm.
Sorry, that was the one. That was the one that I was talking about, where the guy was a year younger than me, and he was under the age of 18, and that's the guy that came into my yard and hit me. The other one was just an ex-girlfriend that I was living with at the time had said that I hit her in the middle of the night, and I went to jail, and then she went into the courtroom in Eau Claire and told them that, you know, I didn't do it. She had some issues at the time. So all those were dropped.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
So maybe I misunderstood. You're living in Racine now, is that correct?
Right now I moved to South Carolina. I live in Somerville, South Carolina.
So you don't work at Harris Motors anymore?
I do not work at Harris Motors anymore. Right now I work at Honest One Auto.
I can't hear you. So
I work at Honest One Auto Care.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Kish, for appearing before us. As you heard me say at the top, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of this process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend. Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Ricky Baeckmann. So Ricky, or Rick, there you go. If you wouldn't mind turning your camera on. All right. Well, good morning. Well, you've had the benefit now of seeing how this goes. So please start off, Rick, by explaining how you ended up with your felony conviction for theft, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon.
All right, thanks. I'm Ricky Baeckmann. Thanks for letting me be here. Everybody hears me good?
Yep.
Yes, okay. I was around 19 years old, now 58. I was living with a work buddy. We rented a house. My eldest sister with 3 siblings rented a house close by. We shared the same driveways. At the time, she was going to stores and stealing stuff. I was intrigued when I found out. I asked her for stuff. She gave me things and whatever. I let her store items at my place. I kind of remember when she got caught, she brought the detectives to her house. When they seen the stuff they would, at her place, they pressed her a little hard and she said she had things at my place. They came over, I gave them everything, all the items back. We went to court. I ended up going to court. I got charged with a Class D felony, possession of stolen property, paid the small fine, got jail time plus probation. While on probation, I was a bit of an alcoholic. I was back in my younger days. I got busted drinking with a minor, a stepbrother. I got caught fishing with a school buddy, spearing out of season, not supposed to be. After probation, I still did a lot of drinking, ended up 3 to 4 drunk drivings, wrecked a car. It wasn't until 1990 I finally woke up, put the alcohol down. I met my wife in 1990. I woke up, had 2 children, boy and a girl. My daughter has a son, now 5, lot to live for. Been working at Eck Industries, local 301 since 1994. Wish to be president of. I have 30 years of productive life done helping the community, donated to pantries, wish to vote and possibly serve on a jury. I have learned a lesson in life. That's all, I think.
All right. Thank you, Rick. Questions from the board? Jeff and then Cindy.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Just to clarify the last couple of things, you said you are able to vote and you are able to serve on a jury.
Oh,
Once you finished your probation, you had all of those civil rights restored. So regardless of what happens with your pardon application, you are eligible to vote.
Okay, great.
You are eligible to serve on a jury. Other than that, I don't have any questions.
Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Baeckmann.
Hi.
One of the pieces of the application encourages letters of support. They're not required, but they're encouraged, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why?
I didn't feel I should involve other people in my life, and well, I do involve them, but I didn't want to burden people with helping me with my life. That's how I felt.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks, Rick, for appearing before the board. As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process,
again.
but appreciate your time. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Nicholas Jacobs. All right. Good morning, Mr. Jacobs. You've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
All right. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Jacobs, and I'm here to ask each of you to consider me for a pardon of the crimes I committed 15 years ago. On March 25th, 2007, I was charged with and accepted responsibility for the crime of second-degree reckless injury. I pled guilty to a Class F felony and received 3 years of probation with the conditions of 6 months jail time with Huber under the jail diversion program, and had restitution that I paid in the amount of $1,452.11, along with court costs. I was sentenced on July 1st, 2008, and shortly thereafter, my girlfriend, who I lived with at the time, she is now my wife, left me, and I moved into my mother's basement, where I spent the next 6 months going nowhere but to work and visiting with no one but my own thoughts. I never expected loneliness to be part of my sentence, but it seemed that when you turn your life upside down, it turns the lives of those you loved upside down along with your own. And they aren't real excited to forgive you as soon as the trial is over. I had few friends check in on me time to time, but I spent most of my jail time alone in that basement with my dog and my thoughts, thinking about the path that I was on and the path that I wanted to be on. I had time to reflect on the life of the person that I hurt, Mr. Myers, and what unsolicited changes that my choices had brought to his life. He didn't ask for those surgeries or scars or pain and suffering. That was my choice, but my choices gave him. I thought long and hard about how I do not enjoy hurting people or causing pain and suffering. I'm proud to say I spend my time doing the opposite now. A couple of months after I was finished with the jail diversion program, my girlfriend and I decided it was time to grow up together and make much needed changes in our lives. We moved back in together and later on got married in 2011. I'm a husband, father, grandfather, a firefighter, EMT, and shipping manager for Thompson Pipe Group in South Beloit. In the 15 years that have passed since I committed my crime of second-degree reckless injury, I worked way up the ladder at my previous job as a shipping manager at Mid-States Concrete. And I just recently accepted the job offer from Thompson Pipe Group to be their shipping manager. I scheduled deliveries of their product all over the country. I enjoy working in logistics, but my dream has always been to be a first responder. It took me a few years after my conviction to get the courage to get back on track of that dream. A felony is a horrible thing to have hanging over your head in the world of being a first responder. Would my fellow firefighters trust me? Would they give me a second chance? Am I even eligible to be a city employee? I look at my family and decided that I needed to overcome these challenges, not only to achieve my lifelong dreams, but to show my children that even the worst choices and biggest mistakes can be overcome by hard work and determination. When my son was right around 2 years old, I completed my fire courses at Rock Valley Technical College and was back in full swing with the fire department. I went on to obtain my EMT certifications, completed 12 separate certifications in relation to my position as a first responder. I'm currently halfway through obtaining my paramedic license through Swedish American Hospital. They finally offered a night class and I couldn't miss my chance to keep reaching for my dreams. I do all this while being a father, a grandfather. My oldest daughter is 20, my middle daughter is 10, and my son is 8, and my grandson is almost 2. I have no bigger cheerleader in my first responder endeavors than my daughter Violet. There is not a single test, quiz, or project that goes in my medic class that she does not ask for a performance report on. All my family and friends support my dreams, but Violet just seems to be the biggest cheerleader. I wish I had a video I could play of her asking what score I got on a test and her excitement when I tell her how well I did, or even her acceptance and reassurance that I'll do better with the times that I've had to tell her I didn't score as well as I hoped. It was suggested that I provide a brief statement of why I think I shouldn't receive a pardon. I have achieved more than in the 15 years since my charges than I've ever imagined achieving in my lifetime. That felony charge has been part of my driving force. I'll be better than those charges, and I will show the world that I care for people and not hurt them. So why am I asking for the pardon? I want to be able to forgive myself. it is my hope that this Pardon Advisory Board can forgive me for my youthful mistakes so I can start to forgive myself and continue to move forward on my path to becoming a paramedic. Without this pardon, I'll not be able to use my license to its full potential and work toward nursing. With this felony on my record, I've been denied reciprocation of my basic license by the state of Wisconsin. As previously stated, I'm more than halfway done completing my course in clinical hours to become a paramedic. I'm asking that you forgive me so that Violet, my little cheerleader, can be proud of her daddy. Sorry. Oh, man. I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine.
She has ever been before I get, so I can report to her that I've graduated and passed my state exam and now an official paramedic. My friends and family all have sacrificed so much for me. Both, oh God.
You're fine, Mr. Jacob. So I think I might do, just being cognizant of time. Really appreciate your statement, but I'll just open it up for some questions from the board. And then if you have any concluding thoughts, I'll give you a chance to do concluding thoughts. Okay. So Jeff.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Do you have any information or knowledge of how the victim in this case is doing?
We tried reaching out from him and he didn't want to have anything from, I have not had any contact with him since that day.
So you haven't heard anything from, because you apparently went to high school with him. So do you have mutual friends or anything where you've heard how he's doing?
No.
Okay. And I just want to add one thing, and I know this is kind of a common thing for people to ask for, but you shouldn't interpret what this board does as forgiving you or not forgiving you. That's not our role to forgive you. Sounds like your daughter's mightily proud of you already anyway. But this is not about forgiveness. That's something between you and the victim and others, but not us. So our job is a little different, but I hope you appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Jacobs, for appearing before us. You heard me say it before, but you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months. Is there anything else you want to conclude with? All right.
Just thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Randall Richards. So Mr. Richards. All right,
Okay.
Mr. Richards, you've seen how this works, so the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Okay, in 2008, Milwaukee police officers found a large amount of marijuana in my residence. I ultimately served 2 years in the House of Correction and 5 years on probation. I didn't have any issues while being on probation, and I haven't had any issues since 2008 criminally.
Why do you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon, Mr. Richards?
I think I've earned a chance because I've totally changed my life since then. I worked my way up in the restaurant business from being a line cook to a manager. I've currently gone into hotshot trucking over the last year. I just haven't done anything that resembles my past. I haven't been around people who are negative or doing things in that area, that light. And I've just personally just been positive, and I've deterred not only my sons, but others that I know from, taking a path that I took.
Two questions I have for you, and then I'll open up for the board. Just, one, it was, fairly large amount of marijuana that, law enforcement found, about 12 pounds. How long were you dealing leading up to this? Do you know?
I would say off and on for years, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
It was a progression from, a little bit, the amount that I got to.
Okay. And then the other question I have for you, in your application, you talk about how being in the House of Corrections was the best and worst thing for me. Can you just talk a little bit about that? Like explain that statement.
Yeah, because it was a rough situation. Like, it was really rough. It was different. I had never really done any time like that, done anything like that. And the reason why I say it was the best, because it deterred me. Like, I know that I may have progressed to even different places, and who knows, I may have lost my life. I may have done more time. It just stopped me and it corrected me. And that's why I say it was also one of the best. It was one of the best because of just the way it just made me not want to go back to what I was doing. You know, it took years for me to look back and see that it was one of the best times, because like, my life is totally different now. Like, you know, I'm happy in life without, you know, doing those type of things. And like I said, it was just, when you're going through it, it's the worst thing in your life. You lose your family, you don't get to see your children, and you're just isolated from the world. It's just, you know, it's the worst at the time, but, you know, in hindsight, it was one of the best things that ever happened to me.
Thanks. Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Morning, Ms. Richards. You heard me ask a previous applicant, and I'm going to ask you, you didn't submit letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
You know what? I don't have a reason that I didn't. I'm going to be honest, it was probably an oversight on my part.
Okay.
Mostly just an oversight on my part. But to be honest, I'm hoping that maybe my history, my record, how I've been living since then, you know, would speak for myself, my case.
Okay, fair enough. One of the lists you listed as a need that you had an interest in getting into real estate employment. Is that still an interest of yours, or have you moved away from that with the chef work?
No, actually, I'm doing hot shot trucking now, but it's still something that I wanted to do. But I've been deterred from doing a few things that I wanted to do over these last years because of, there's been jobs. I mean, I've even been denied for health insurance based on, I'm also type 2. So that played a part, but they listed my felony conviction as part of reason, and my criminal history is part of reason for not being able to get an insurance policy to leave something for my children. Real estate is definitely something that I would love to do, but I also wanted to see the result of this because I know that here in Georgia, the percentage of people being able to get their license with the felony is not likely. It's not probable.
Okay. And last question for me, one of the things that obviously that is concerning about the criminal complaint is that there was a loaded gun found when the police came, and there were 2 children, 3 and 6 years old, in the home. Can you just talk about that for a little bit?
Yes. I registered a firearm to myself. It wasn't like a thing that I got because I was doing the drug dealing. It was just something I had in my name because, you know, I had the rights at the time. Those are my children. Those are my sons that, you know, and if I told you the story, it would seem like I'm not taking responsibility. So my attitude was just to take the responsibility. I mean, the things that were found in the home were put there the day before. I believe I was set up by a family member. So I took everything to the house and they came in the next day and everything was there. But still, that doesn't change the fact that I should have done it. And I shouldn't have had it in their presence. And that's, you know, one of the reasons why, like I said, I've changed so much. I've taught them to be totally different. They're college. One is in college. One is working. I mean, I've taught them their whole lives to do things the right way and by the book, and I've showed them the right way. So I've raised 4 young men that are on the right track and not doing what I did.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Richards. Glad to hear your sons are doing well and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, you do the same.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from Kenneth Lindowski.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Lindowski, well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed with telling us about your story, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I've written this down so that my thoughts don't wander all over the place, and I would like to read it. My name is Kenneth Lindowski, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning and for your consideration for a governor pardon. When I was 19 years old, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I was out with a few friends and had a few beers, and we saw a 1968 Plymouth Super Bee parked down the street from us. We all admired the car and how cool it was, talking about what it would be like to drive it. Ever since I was a teenager, I was interested in cars and motorcycles and did mechanical work as a hobby all my life. So one of my friends had asked if I could get the car started, if we could get inside. I said that I could do it, and it soon became a dare that I tried. Not thinking about the consequences of my actions or how horrible this would be for the owner of the vehicle, I did just that. We went inside the unlocked doors, and I was easily able to hotwire the car through the dashboard. Cars were different back then, and this was easy for anyone with knowledge on how cars operate. We spent the night driving around, pretending it was ours. We never had any intention of damaging the car or even keeping it for good. This was not some well thought out theft or part of any bigger scheme. In the morning, I drove the car to work, again not thinking about the consequences or the owner of the car. Unbeknownst to me, as I had never seen the car before the night we took it, the owner of the car worked 2 doors down from where I did. When he saw the car parked in the lot that morning, he took it back. His friend waited outside at the end of the day to see who came looking for it. When I came outside, he approached me, told me that they knew I sold the car and took my name and information. I was arrested shortly after that, and as you know, entered a plea of felony operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent. I was given 3 years probation and successfully completed it. I paid back all the restitution while on supervision. My behavior that night, certainly not a testament to who I am as a person. I was a stupid teenager, not thinking about how awful this would be for the man who had owned the car and took all they cared to make it the hot rod it was. As I grew up, I realized how much pride he must have had in that beautiful car and how shattered he must have felt when he came out to leave for work the next day and it was gone. I regret me making those choices every day and the pain I caused the owner of the car. The incident occurred nearly 50 years ago. I'm a different man than I was back then and have been a productive member of society for many years. I spent my life working at Cyrus and held a variety of roles at the manufacturing plant. I was very active in the union, but my felony limited the roles I could take on in the group's leadership. Now that I'm retired, a pardon would allow me the opportunity to take on more leadership positions with the community activities I participate in. I volunteer with several organizations, including the British Biker Cooperative and the South Milwaukee Industrial Museum, where I have donated many items out of my personal collection from the Cyrus and serve as a docent. I also had issues with travel as it relates to my conviction, as some countries, including Canada, can prohibit you from entering the country. On one occasion, I was going to a motorcycle convention with the antique motorcycle group I participate in and was stopped at the border when I was driving to upstate New York. I had to turn around and drive many hours out of the way to get there. A pardon would give me the ability to travel without worrying about these things and to live out my days without a mark on my record. That is truly a dream of mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lindowski. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Lindowski, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thanks. All right, next we will hear from Tom Vollmer. So Tom, thanks for waiting patiently. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Wait,
Yes.
wait, Mr. Vollmer, before you start,
Yeah.
I am not going to take part in your case consideration since I was the judge on one of your cases. So I'm going to be turning my camera off and not participating.
I actually have no problem with you participating.
Oh, it's our standard procedure. So, but please proceed, Mr. Vollmer.
Okay. Yeah, I got involved in drugs because at the time I didn't know that I suffered from PTSD and tried to self-medicate because, you know, I was still bulletproof at the time. and learned a very hard lesson. I was required to take counseling, but I continued the counseling for like 7 years after, because there was a lot of depression and stuff involved. In fact, at the time, my sleeping habits were not good. Either I was sleeping for a week or not sleeping at all. In the meantime, I have progressed, taking care of my issues, as it were, not involved in any criminal activity. Even at the time, it wasn't that I was out trying to make a living selling drugs or anything. It's something that I possessed and tried to self-medicate with, which, looking back, was a dumbass thing, excuse my French. But in the meantime, I run a successful business. I have mentored quite a few people. For a number of years, I had probation officers call me and see if I would give people on probation jobs. And I did for a number of years. And then I downsized only to 2 people. I'm active in a variety of community things, but again, there is that stigma of being involved with some drug criminal. So I try not to be too upfront or boisterous. I try and quietly give my support. I have made myself available to different charities. One of my favorites is Trouts Unlimited, mentoring young people to go fishing. It's outdoors, fun, and you get to eat some pretty good fish. So I would like to be more upfront in community projects and stuff. But again, this stigma that I created, that I've been living with, I'd like to see if I possibly could get that changed. So in my last retirement years, the golden age, as they say, which they forget to tell you about, oh, that really hurts and aches. I'd like to have my transactions erased. Okay. Or not forgiven, because, you know, I've been married 45 years. My wife has forgiven me. Now she plans on torturing me another 20, but that's the nature of the beast. Yeah. But thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Vollmer. One question I have for you, and I believe
Sure.
this looks like dismissed, but it looks like in 2002, in December 2nd, 2002, you had that. Originally, you're charged with theft in a business setting, and then it was changed down to violation of the unfair trade law. What happened there? Talk me through that.
Well, I was doing a job for these people on the south side, and an insurance job. Mm-hmm. So I dealt with the insurance company for them and everything. And then they got the check, cashed the check, never gave me my money. So I told them, well, insurance has paid you for it, then you need to do this. Now, my lawyer at the time had no clue what was happening. And I pled guilty to a lesser charge because I didn't give him a lien waiver. Well, you never paid me. Why should I give you a lien waiver? That I didn't understand. As it turned out, they were arrested eventually for theft from an older couple that they had been stealing from. They also lost their home, And they wound up in the end settling for a fraction of the money because I started making payments to them because I was done with that. I started making payments to them. And after they lost their home and everything, they said they want to settle. They tried to get, what is that commercial? If you need cash now, whatever. And
Sure.
they said, well, what would you settle this for? I said, actually, you should owe me money, but I'll give you 5% of what you have outstanding. They took it, ran, and have been since criminally charged with a variety of things. So it was kind of an unfair, the only blemish on my contracting record at all in these many years. As it turned out, the woman, her sister's boyfriend was the Franklin cop that pressed the charges. So it was kind of who you know. And the DA was a friend of hers. I found this all out in retrospect, but I was more than happy to pay it and get them off my plate.
So just so I understand, so you did some work for them.
Yes.
You should have been paid by them, but the
Right.
insurance company cut them a check, they cashed it. So because they because you didn't get paid, you put a lien?
No, I wouldn't give them a lien waiver.
Oh, lien waiver. Okay.
Yeah. In the meantime, the check was made out in my name and their name, but they cashed it. So how did that work out? They got the money, but I wouldn't give them a lien waiver. I didn't try and put a lien on the place. I said, you know, I just washed my hands with this. The insurance company called me and said, hey, are you going to do the job? I said, well, you gave them the check. Yeah, but it's in your name too. Well, they signed it. Well, there was a whole bunch of litigation I could have went through, but to be honest, they were very unsavory. The lady of the house was a little, she had mental problems. I mean, her hair was falling out, a variety of things. So I just really didn't want to be involved in it.
Okay.
So I backed out as gracefully as possible, wound up writing them a lien waiver, and became very particular on backstories of people I did work for later.
Okay. Cindy or Anthony, any questions? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Vollmer, for appearing before us. Like you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about 2 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Paul Hackstock. So, Paul. Mr. Hackstock, if you're on. Hi. All right. So you've
I
heard
live
how
up north in the woods, so I don't have the internet.
No, that's
well
totally yeah, no, that's totally fine. We'd rather have a good audio connection than seeing your picture. So so you've heard how this goes. So please proceed, Mr. Hackstock, in terms of explaining how you ended up with a felony conviction and what happened afterwards and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon.
Well, first, I'd like to say I greatly appreciate you guys taking the time for this today. I received a felony for manufacturing marijuana. I was growing it in my house. At the time, I had back issues, and I thought, well, I'll self-medicate myself, and because I couldn't get insurance, and I couldn't afford to go get the shots, injections in my back. So I grew it. I got caught. I accepted the responsibility of it. And over the time, I've learned to accept all responsibilities for all my stupid actions over the years. This happened back in, I think, 2010. They sentenced me to jail with a suspended sentence. I did the jail time. halfway through my 3-year probation when I met this woman online who was from Michigan, and we started dating. Well, we broke up, and she made claims that I was stalking her, but she came to Green Bay. I never went up there. And at the time, I had a job that I had to go. Her family had tickets to the Packers, and she would come for the home games. Well, I had to go past the stadium to go to work, and I didn't want to get caught. So by her saying I'm stalking her on my way to work. So I went and asked my PO to go to Michigan to resolve this issue. My PO locked me up for 5 days. Then she revoked me, and I had to go back in front of the judge. Well, they gave me time, and then I had to go to prison. I served my time in prison. While in prison, we found out that all of this stuff that she was making claims about were false. So I spent time in prison for something I never did. But I take responsibility because I got caught growing marijuana. So I have no problem with that. I did my time. I went and got my CDL since then. I've been driving truck. And I went to get, I did the hazmat test because you have to do that every year. And I took the test. I passed it. I went and got my fingerprints done. But TSA wouldn't approve me because I have a felony. So it's held me back from bettering myself as a truck driver. And all I want to do is pay my house off, put more money away for my retirement, because I would like to retire in 10 years, which is my goal. And I would like to do some more traveling. Go back to when I was a kid, we went to Canada fishing, and I'd love to go back to Canada fishing again. So I'm asking for a pardon because I'm trying to better myself in job opportunities.
No, thanks, Mr. Hackstock. One question I have for you. Looks like in 2019, you received OWI in Marinette County.
Yeah, I came up north because at the time I was living in Green Bay. The house that I live in now is up north. Well, It was my cabin at the time. I went out. I came up here and the water was froze because we had bitter cold up here. So I went out to eat and I had a few drinks. Well, I hit a patch of ice and put my truck in the ditch, and the DNR actually is the one that arrested me. They came and they gave me a breathalyzer. When they gave me the breathalyzer, I was right at the legal limit, 0.08. An hour and a half later, when they got me to the jail, is when I blew the higher one. And I was very honest with them, and I told them everything. I went out to eat. I had a few drinks. I wasn't belligerent. I was very cooperative in everything with them.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Cindy?
A couple of questions, Mr. Hackstock. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where?
Well, I was for Feeker and Sons, but then last October I cut all 4 of my fingers. I had like 50 stitches in them, and they had to attach the tendons in 3 of them. So I'm doing rehab on it. Yet.
So you are employed now, or you're off on medical, or?
I'm off on medical right now.
Okay.
Because they're still trying to get the fingers to work normal, okay, but they don't work normal. I can't make a fist with it, so.
Okay. You wrote in your statement that this marijuana was for your personal use, and that's what you told us today about your
yes,
injuries. But you had a significant volume, and in fact, it was kind of interesting. One of your letters of support says that you made one bad choice in your effort to keep your head above water. Kind of implies you were dealing some of the marijuana. What does that mean? Keep your head above water.
At the time I had a job delivering computer parts, and I was making $900 a week bring home. I mean, but I would travel to like Illinois, Michigan to deliver computer parts.
So you're saying
So I wasn't selling it. No, it was for my own personal use. I was smoking an 1/8 ounce of weed a day.
I'm sorry, you were smoking what?
An 1/8 ounce of weed a day, like 3.5 grams a day.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's where the quantity comes in.
Mhm. Anthony?
I guess that's a question as far as, so are you currently still smoking marijuana or?
No, I can't because of my CDL.
Okay.
I have to urinate for my Fed Med card and stuff like that. And then whenever they can stop me and have me go in and do a urinalysis test.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I mean, I got all kinds of medication for like high blood pressure, and it's all prescription medication. And I'm also a diabetic now.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Hackstock, for calling in. Appreciate you sharing your story with us, and I hope things go well in terms of your recovering from your injury. You'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
You too.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Christopher Keach. All right.
Hi.
So good morning, Christopher. So you've seen this a couple of times, so please proceed in terms of explaining how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened with your sentence and afterwards, and why you think that you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Okay, I worked road construction as an operator for Local 139 and was gone on the road all the time. While I was gone, my wife's girlfriend's boyfriend, his name is Juan, that's how I become acquainted with him. He notified me that he had dropped off something in my garage, as he called product, and he wanted me to deliver this to a Dominic Miller, which is mentioned in my criminal complaint. I did not like this idea, but I went along with it for safety for my family. I know this was wrong. I just wanted it gone. I set up a meeting to meet with Dominic, and he never showed up, and the police did instead. I didn't know that they were following him, and they arrested me. To return to work and get released, I had to turn in all the product. I did this. I told them where it was all at, and they went and they received it. Then they wanted me to also tell them when this Juan would be in Eau Claire again, because he was from Minneapolis. I did this. They arrested him. Well, when they arrested him, they also arrested a man named Federico Perez. When they put him in jail, in Chippewa County Jail that night, he put out a hit on the phone at the jail. So the drug enforcement notified me, because apparently that's a law. I don't know. But at this time, I was supposed to take the stand against Federico Perez and Juan, and I was terrified. I was terrified for my family, for my safety. I couldn't help them no longer. And I faced the consequence of receiving a felony on my record with 2 years probation. I immediately moved out of Eau Claire, took my drug assessment, and after receiving everything negative and testing it as was negative, I returned to work 3 days later and never associated with any of these people again. Since that day, I had to retire due to multiple heart attacks, and I have a pacemaker, and now I'm disabled at home on pension, and I'm a stay-at-home father with 3 daughters. Having 3 daughters, they have many accomplishments and activities which include me in their daily routine and school events. They always want me to chaperone trips. I'm not allowed on the school bus. I'm not allowed to any doings. They want me to help coach. I can't help coach. My daughters are everything. And that's my sole purpose of hopefully receiving a pardon so I can just be a better father and, make them proud. And that's my story.
Thanks, Mr. Keach. Could you tell me a little bit about, you had two arrests.
Yes, sir.
You had two arrests. One was in 1994 for misdemeanor disorderly conduct, domestic abuse related, which you're convicted in Rusk County. What was that about?
In 1994, my girlfriend got pregnant, and she was 16 and I was 18. And that's how I received that violation.
But it was domestic.
Yeah, there would have had, it was domestic abuse.
Domestic. Do you remember you getting into an argument with her father or anything?
Her father was the sergeant of the police force. I'm sorry, I don't remember the domestic.
Okay. And then, Christopher, can you just walk me through a little bit? I'm a little bit confused about your relationship with Juan. So
he was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt?
No, go ahead.
My wife's girlfriend's boyfriend.
Okay.
I didn't know him. I was gone all the time. I didn't know him at all.
Did your wife know him? Why did this show up in your garage?
Well, her best friend's boyfriend is basically what he was.
Mm-hmm.
And he had been by there with her. That's how he knew where we lived. I honestly don't know. I come home and he notified me something was in my garage and he wanted me to deliver it to Dominic. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call the police. I should have called the police, but I just didn't know what to do. I made a terrible decision.
Did they offer you money to move this?
No, I never received anything. I never received nothing. No payment of anything, nothing.
I'm just a little confused on why Juan would put something in your garage, tell you to take it to another person when you don't know him. It just seems a little bit odd to me that somebody would place a large amount of drugs in your garage to take to somebody else.
He knew that I had known this Dominic is the only thing I can think of. I honestly, I don't know. I tried to work with the police and then all I had to do at the end was testify and I just got scared.
Okay.
If I can add just there to help answer that question, my client is obviously very nervous and I just want to add for the board here, I'm here today just simply to assist him. I know his family. I'm not doing this for any type of legal fee, but just to help him through the process because he is very nervous. It's my understanding that Dominic owed this Juan quite a bit of money and they wanted him to have more products so that he would be able to sell and then they would try to collect again, which is kind of almost to me a little shaky too, but they wanted to collect their money. And they did, as it turned out, this Dominic was obviously being watched by the police and then ultimately, and I believe he was charged. I didn't double check that and I apologize, but in a criminal complaint, it says defendant Miller. So Miller must have been charged. He's also later on received numerous charges and he, I think, just got out of prison. So, and my client, when he said he didn't know Juan, he did know, he did see him and meet him. When his wife's friend would bring him, they had some limited contact. Okay. So there was some sort of contact, but, very limited as far as Christopher had with Mr. Or Miss Juan Perez.
Yeah. I was never into drugs. I never dealt with these people. I don't know.
Okay.
I know it sounds unrealistic, but I don't know how to explain it.
Nope. Okay. Jeff?
Just following up on all this, you keep talking about the product. You knew this was, did you know this was methamphetamine?
When I got home in the garage, yes, I seen that it was methamphetamine, yes.
How'd you know it was methamphetamine?
Well, I see TV. I mean, I don't do drugs, but I mean, I knew by looking at it what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Keach, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it a couple of times now that you'll be notified in terms of the outcome of the process in about 2 to 3 months, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll be hearing from Jason Smith. So Mr. Smith.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. Well, you've seen how this works, Mr. Smith, so please proceed.
All right. Well, I'm here to trying to get a pardon from the felonies that I received in 05 and 07. 05 was a case where I took someone with product to deliver it to another person who never met us. It was actually like a sting operation. So when I got to the guy's house, I picked him up and we put a pound of marijuana in my car, and I took him to a Century location on Appleton in Wisconsin here, or Milwaukee here. And when we got there, we were surrounded by D-techs and police, and we were arrested. They arrested me to party of a crime with a pound of marijuana possession, and I did a year in the house of correction as my sentence, no probation. Out of there, I ended up, at that time, I was still at MATC going for machine operations. I continued that when I got out of there, ended up getting a job, worked there for 13 years. But in 07, after the case, it was hard for me to get back to life. I was young. I was 21 years old. I didn't have any money at the time. So I moved in with a cousin who I didn't know at the time was dealing drugs, because I had my own room. He had his own too, but the house ended up getting raided. When it got raided, they took him to jail, but I got charged as an accomplice because the house was in my name because of the little job I did have. By that happened, they tried to hit me with a operator of a drug house, but it never went through. They dropped it because they found out that my cousin was the active guy. At the time I smoked marijuana, I had I think an ounce or two inside of my room for my personal use, but they took that and charged me with possession. By me being a felon already from 05, they hit me with a felony in 07 as well. They didn't give me jail time in 07. They gave me 2 years probation. I served the 2 years probation, continued going to school, and I graduated with the associate degree in machine operations, programming, and setup machining. Ever since then, I haven't been in any trouble. I stayed away from the people that would get me in trouble because I had other obligations to do in my life. Since now I am actually a CEO of a company that me and my buddy started, QM, and we started our own machine shop now. And we're in the process of teaching youth about machining so we won't have a dying going on. I'm a married man. I have 3 kids. I've been married for 4 years. My wife for 10. And I guess, I want to get the felonies off me to start this clean slate, to show my son, children that I have, learn my lesson and, this, because I don't hide it from them. I tell them about it. I explain to them how you can get in trouble, the things that can happen if you make the wrong decisions. So for me, it was a good thing to have, and it's a good lesson learned for me, but it's also a good lesson learned for my children because they see what I go through. I want the felony expunged. Seeing I turn 40 next year. For me, it'll be a no, hold on. Let me do the meeting, Patty. I turned 40, and for me, that would be a great accomplishment for me to continue my clean slate with a better, what you want to call it, better name. Take this off my name. I want my name clean and everything to just run pure, just like now, you know. But I also have a son who asked me the other day, can he go camping and can he go hunting? And I said, well, part of that is that I can't do that. I can't be around firearms. I have never owned a firearm in my life because I've been a felon since I was 21. So I want the opportunity to be able to go to some gun classes, learn these things, because I have a 16 and a 19-year-old daughters and also an 8-year-old son that I have under my belt that's watching. And since my son wants to do camping and things of that nature, I wouldn't mind having the gun education for my children and also my wife. With a felony, I can't do it. So I would like this felony expunged just to be able to continue my life at 40 years old and just be normal again.
All right, thanks, Mr. Smith. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Mr. Smith, you've heard me ask this question of other applicants. You also did not submit any letters of support.
Yep.
Why not?
Now, I must have slipped on that as well because I didn't see that we had to submit any letters. But it's
not required. I'm just gonna...
my family's, oh, okay. I didn't support, I didn't submit any, seeing that I am not a guy, I am not a drug dealer, I'm not anything of that nature. I put myself in the wrong position, and the people outside who watch me know I did that. So they know that I'm a good guy. So I didn't support or give any paperwork to support any of my background or anything of that nature.
Okay, one other question. So you have, it appears you have a successful job and family, etc. What would a pardon, other than the firearm, which you mentioned, what would a pardon do for your life?
For me, it'd be a clear state of mind. I haven't had a normal life as an adult with a felony on me. Not only, I own houses now, but I did have a hard time finding houses and things like that. So I can see what it does to you as far as jobs, everything. I don't want that on my record anymore, because still up to this day, when I talk to the higher ups in my department here, because I'm going through IMTS and trying to get into their things, and they look at my background, they're like, you're a felon. Now, the only thing that benefited from being a felon is that when I do these interviews with the IMTS show and stuff like that, I can give them a basis of being a felon and where I came from and where I am now. So they look at it like, okay, we see that you have this going on, and now that you changed your life, this is a good thing. It's a good story. I actually made an interview of it last week. But for me, I don't want it on my name. I'm not a guy of that stature. I don't want that on me. I want a clean slate to be able to say I'm a normal guy.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jeff?
Hey, good morning, sir. It looks like, put it here. It looks like you got a ticket of some kind for possession of marijuana in 2018.
Yes, I was involved in a car accident. My car was totaled. I was hit from the back by a drunk driver, and I had a buddy in the car prior to her hitting me. I just dropped off, and he left a joint in my car. And when the car got hit, they seen the joint on the floor of the passenger side. And I'm like, dude, I didn't have that, but it was in my car, in my possession. So I just took the ticket and said, look, I'll just pay the ticket and go about my way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Smith, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about 2 or 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Definitely. Thank you, you guys too.
Thank you. All right, and the last person for our 8:30 to 10 a.m. portion, Mr. Patterson, thanks for joining with us. You've now seen this multiple times, so I'll hand things right over to you to proceed.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you all. Give a little background. I was raised in a foster home. probably since I was maybe 2 or 3 years old. I honestly can't even remember. Barely, I actually don't know where my mom is currently. Didn't get in touch with my dad until like way later on in life. Come to find out, he uses drugs, etc. But to get to my case, so I was in 2005, about February, I got caught with possession of cocaine. And what happened was I was just sitting behind my sister's house in my vehicle. I was actually trying to hide the drugs, like in a stash underneath the steering wheel. The police they rolled up on me in the alley. I didn't even see him. He said he thought I was actually trying to steal the car. The car was mine. And, just me being by the steering column, he thought I was trying to steal the car. So just a fluke accident. He caught me, with the drugs. Totally mine, nobody else's fault. I wasn't set up. Nobody left it in my car, none of that stuff. I was actively selling drugs. I posted bail while I'm out on bail. In June of 2005, I caught another felony, the same thing. So only a few months later, still the same person. But this time I did not make bail, and I was convicted with both of those felonies, which thankfully they ran them concurrent. I need that moment of pause, to say, okay, you're not a good drug dealer. You need to try something different. So, instead of, I got 2 years, or it's like 27 months inside of prison, had never been in any real trouble before. And so that was like a moment of reality. Instead of wasting those 2 years or so, man, probably like after 90 days, I just kind of came up with a plan, talking to different people. What can I do? How does this work? Getting adjusted to, how prison really is. And so I heard from a lot of people, you can go to minimum security. So while I was in there, I had to get my HSCD, which I did do, and to get to minimum prison sooner to get a job and to earn money and things like that. So I literally had this plan from the beginning. I'm not getting any fights. I'm not getting any write-ups. I probably took maybe 15 different courses in there, from cultural diversity to stock training to driver's ed. Just a bunch of stuff. Parenting class. I don't have any kids. I was also an academic tutor in there. And so, I did those 2 years. I got out. I had to live with my sister for a little while. And that was a little hard, but, I was looking for housing. Within the first few days of me being out, I was already setting up emails on Milwaukee Jobs. What was the old ones? Career Builder, Monster. Already like, I got to get a job. I had saved about $7,200. Most people would have relaxed on that, especially while you're living with your sister. No, within 3 days, I was already getting a job like a job. I was on that. I remember calling the temp services so much that they knew me, like they knew my number. Hey, Mr. Patterson, nothing today. Mr. Patterson, oh yeah, hey, nothing today. Like that was my job for probably like 4 months. Let me see. I was also going to a place called Project Return, where they help you get employment and stuff. And I did that for months, finally got a job. I worked that job for about 4.5 years. While I was working at that job, I ran into a guy who I, eventually got acquainted with and found out that he owned properties. Didn't understand why he owned properties and was, kind of working at that little job. But me and him got cool. He showed me the ropes of how to purchase real estate. Something else I didn't mention too, I was also selling cars. And so the guy, he'd see me with the nice car or whatever, buying them and selling them. And he's like, man, I could have got you a house for what you paid for that car. He was like, I could have got you a house. And so I was just all ears from there. So mostly what I've done is I buy real estate here in Milwaukee, some of the, not so good neighborhoods. I buy them, I fix them, I rent them, I sell them. Man, I've probably mentored maybe 14 to 17 people or so how to buy their first rental property. I was that program I was talking about, Project Return. I don't know if you guys got a copy of this with my application. I was actually featured in their newsletter. as they, they saw my whole journey, like, this is a guy who's, doing better. And that picture was in front of my second rental property. So they, they featured me in their article or whatnot. Let me see what else. For the most part, I'm always like the go-to person in my family. So like I said, I didn't really know my family at first. As I kind of got 15, 16, I got to know them better. I am the youngest sibling, but like I am like the person everybody kind of looks up to. I've spoken at a lot of different events, personal development, different real estate seminars, how to transition from where I was to kind of where I am. I recently had purchased a corner store, renamed it a Galena One Stop. I sold it back in November, but I did do that for 2 years. I've hired people. It's like a regular ran corner store. We complain about not owning stuff in our community, so I saw opportunity to do that. On the 27th of this month, I'm actually doing another sponsoring a school book bag giveaway. I've done that for a few different years. Collaborate that with one of my guys. I'm not sure if you guys got my letters. I probably sent about 15 of them. But one of the guys who wrote the letters, it's more of his event. I sponsor it and kind of participate with him, where he does free haircuts as well. Reasons why I would want to pardon. It's actually several. I don't think I listed. I'm sure I didn't list any of them. Maybe one of them on there. I think one thing I mentioned was housing, and that might be contrary to what I do. Like, how could you be looking for housing? You own houses. Well, the houses that I own are in neighborhoods that I don't necessarily want to live in. Violence, crime, things like that. I wanted to move more, like in, maybe 4-story, on the 4th floor in a condo downtown, kind of pay for that security, keyed entry, underground parking, a pool, a fitness center. I don't have to cut grass. I don't have to shovel snow. But guess what? To do that, I have to submit an application to somebody who is now judging me. And I do remember when I first was looking for a house years ago, that was extremely hard. Without going into too many details, that was very hard. I had one guy who took a chance on me because of one of my coworkers, and he said, "Dude, you were the best tenant I've ever had. I didn't even have to clean the carpet when you leave." And me and him, we still cool to this day. Let me see here.
I think I'll open up. You're very thorough. Thanks, Mr. Patterson. I'll open up for questions. And just to start off with, one, it's remarkable in terms of how you've turned things around, from being a self-admitted bad drug dealer to apparently a very good real estate business. But can you tell me what happened with, looks like you had a non-criminal first OWI back in 2018. What happened?
Yeah. So 2018, October, if you look at the date, not using it as an excuse, but birthday is on the 11th. And I made some bad decisions on the 9th. I was supposed to be driving to my location. Someone else was driving, and that was the plan, but then the plan changed as early. So yeah, I could have just left my car. There's nothing wrong with leaving your car legally parked. Come back and get it. I didn't do that. That was my fault.
Did you have to do any like AODA assessment or anything like that with that?
I did AODA, I completed it. I didn't have to do an interlock or anything. It just resulted. It wasn't a misdemeanor, no probation, nothing like that.
Okay. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Patterson, for appearing before us. And you'll hear from us again in about 2 to 3 months, but appreciate you sharing your story with us and hope you have a good weekend. Thank you. All right, I'm going to admit the people who are going to be starting at 10 a.m. and we will, because we do have that notice for 10, the next batch of folks, we will resume at 10 a.m. So the board will take a 9-minute break here. Once we get back, I will go through some housekeeping items for those who joined us. But again, we'll resume at 10 a.m. With some housekeeping items and then jump right into our applicants. So thank you. All right, well, welcome everybody. We'll get started in just a minute. All right, well, it is 10 a.m. So welcome everybody. This is the 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the August 12th, 2022 meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items for those of you who just joined us. So the first thing is this is being live streamed on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. So until it is your turn to appear before the board, please turn off your camera and mute yourself. It helps the board know who's talking. It makes it a little bit easier for folks who are watching it streaming. So in order to turn your camera off, you just need to click on the little camera icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. And same thing with your microphone. You can mute yourself by just clicking on that little microphone icon. When it is your turn to speak, I will call your name and then just do the opposite. So turn your camera back on by clicking on that camera button and then unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone button. When it is your turn to speak, I'm going to be calling folks up in the order they're listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we'll be starting with Lynette Smith, then Ronald Smith, Melanie, Alan, Amelia, Fatima, Theodore, Timothy, Glenn, and then Ronald. When it's your turn to speak, you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes in order to share your story with the board. We sent you some questions that we want you to address. We want to know how you ended up with your felony conviction. We want to know specifics, not just that you're in the wrong place at the wrong time or hung out with the wrong people and ended up with a felony. There's usually a little bit more substance there in terms of what your role was in terms of getting the felony conviction. We want to know what happened afterwards with your sentence, and then finally what you did in order to earn a chance to receive a pardon from the governor. Then I'll open it up for questions from the board. And once we're done with the questions, you can sign off. So there's no extra credit points for staying on for the rest of the meeting. Everybody else signs off, so please do so yourself. After we get done hearing from everybody, the board will meet in closed session. During that time, we will deliberate and make a decision on each application. And if you receive majority support from board members present, that means 3 out of the 4 board members who are here today, your application will move to Governor Evers for final consideration, and he'll make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. If the board doesn't forward your application, or if Governor Evers denies your application, you'll receive a denial letter from the board and you'll be able to reapply within 18 months from the date of that letter. The final thing, or 2 final things, are one is that this whole process should wrap up for you within about 2 to 3 months from today's hearing. Hopefully a little bit sooner, but just know that it does take a little bit of time for the final steps of the process. And then the final thing is I'm just going to do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're meeting with on the board, since we've had an opportunity to read through your applications and have a good idea of who you are. So we have with us today, we have Jeff Kremers, who is a retired circuit court judge from Milwaukee County. We have Cindy O'Donnell, formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice and now with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. And we have Anthony Cooper Sr., who is does rehabilitation or reentry for folks and is at the Nehemiah Center here in Madison. And with that, we will start with our first applicant, Lynette Smith. So Lynette, let's see if you're on. So Lynette, if you are one of the callers, if you can just unmute yourself. All right, it looks like we will have to jump back to Lynette. We will then go to Ronald Smith. So Ronald. All right. So Ronald, you heard my opening spiel, so that was your opportunity to tell us about how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Hey, my name is Ron Smith. And what had happened back then is I'm an easygoing person. And, you know, I like to help everybody out. So I've had people come and stay with me at different times in my life, my brothers, sisters, cousins, nieces, nephews. I've had a lot of people that's been in my household. And during this time or whatever, you know, I'd had a girlfriend. Back then I wasn't the best guy in the world. And I'll let you know because, you know, I did a little drinking back then. And then as far as drugs, they said I was maintaining a drug house, which I never had no drug house. Police came in and they raided my house twice. And the first time when they came in to my house, I ended up going to jail because they said I was harboring a drug house. There wasn't no drugs in my house. And I know I had a lot of people, like I said, I had a lot of people that I used to bring into my house. At one time, I was a little go-getter back in the day. And during that time or whatever, you know, I used to flirt with the women and everything, but I never harbored a drug house. They came in, they had tore my house up, and I ended up going to jail. Okay, after this, you know, after I went to jail, they gave me something and they said they was gonna take my house. And I was saying, why, you know, why are you gonna take my house? And I says, and I didn't have anything. They said they found some drug paraphernalia in there. You know, they found they said they found some what they call this the stuff that you put in for crack. And I says, okay. And they said that they found this in the house, but you know, I never was shown anything, but they told me they found it. And I says, okay. So I ended up going to jail. And they says, well, I'd have to go back to, you know, I'd have to come back to court, you know, for, you know, if anything comes up again to where they had to come into my house. Okay, I was coming from church because now, you know, I was a deacon in training at church during the time. And I come home from church and I found my back door was kicked in and the police was in there. And when I pulled up in the driveway, I ended up getting arrested. And I asked them, why did I get arrested? They said they went in my house and they found a crack pipe in my brother's room. I says, okay, and where's my brother? Says he's in the bathtub. But it says, okay, so I said, we found it in his room. It says, well, it's your house. Says, so since it's my house, anything that goes on in your house, anybody you have in here, is something that we're gonna make sure that we take care of, you know, that you're responsible for it. So if we don't take nobody else to jail, you will be one that's going to jail because you had a house and we're gonna take your house. It was a big thing going on during this time, and I'd went through and well, really, I'd went through a drug court thing, but then I got a little messed up. Well, I'm gonna say I'd messed up because I wasn't doing drugs, but then I was going through the drug court thing, and I went out drinking with a friend because me and my girlfriend had broke up, and I was driving his car, and I didn't know he had 5 DUIs. So with the 5 DUIs that he had, that was probable cause to pull the car over because he had already had it, but he had his car blocking mine in, so I had to drive his car. I did have a couple to drink. I didn't think I was intoxicated, but they ended up taking me to jail and told me I had a DUI back in the day. Since then, there's been a lot of, since then, I've been ordained. I was ordained as a deacon back in July of 2010. And then I got my minister's license. I'm preaching. I got my minister's license to preach. I got that on I got my minister's license in October of 2018. And come Sunday, this coming Sunday, I'll be ordained as a minister. I'll be a full-fledged minister to where I can go ahead and do weddings, funerals. I've did two funerals already and did weddings. I've did the baptisms. I've did a lot of things. And I've worked at the pantry for a long time. I've worked with Second Harvest for about 8 years, and I just stopped a couple of years before the pandemic started. So I was saying this because I haven't found myself to have did anything, and I've been with the Lord for the longest. I play in a lot of gospel groups, and I might be talking too much, but I've found myself in a lot of gospel groups, and I sing in a choir. I play a lot of musical instruments, and I do everything I can. And I would like to have this pardon, because if me being ordained as a minister, I'd want my fellow people, if they want to have a background check on me, to find out that I have a clean slate and I don't have any criminal record.
All right, thanks, Mr. Smith. One question I have for you, and then I'll open up for the board. Looks like in 1995, you were arrested and convicted for misdemeanor battery, and that was amended down from child abuse, intentionally causing great bodily harm. What happened?
Okay, what would have happened then? When I was living with my girlfriend, over on Avon, she had a son that was always messing up, and I got charged with child abuse for something because I popped him in the head with a newspaper. But that was convicted as child abuse back in the day, and that's all I did. And but wasn't nothing else done. I'd hit him in the head with a newspaper, but it wasn't nothing violent. I'd never hurt him. I never caused any hurt, harm, or danger. It was just that he was disrespectful and he didn't want to keep his room clean. And I popped him in the head with a newspaper, and then they called the police on me. That's exactly what happened.
So just so I'm clear, so you hit him with a newspaper and they charged you with felony child abuse?
Yes, I don't know. It wasn't felony because I haven't never had a felony besides what they're charging me with.
Well, they amended it down. I mean, initially you were charged with felony child abuse.
Okay, and like I said, I never harmed the guy.
Okay.
I hit him in the head with a newspaper. And back then, I don't know, because it was something against the kids that she had, because there was a couple of twins that was there at the house, but I never did any intentional harm to anyone.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. So Mr. Smith, so one of the things I was just going over the crime report again, just kind of making sure I was understanding this correctly. I know you were saying that your house, I mean, you had people that came to your home and things of that nature, but one of the things that's they're saying basically, because you had an AR-15 that was at your home?
No, I had no guns, nobody called. I had no firearms in my house at all. And they had it on the thing. But then when I got the criminal complaint, if you look at it, you would see that it was no weapons found in my house at all. Now I'm a ex-Marine. I'm a Marine, and I had firearms back in the day, but it was a long time ago. And my nephew had broke in and stole my rifle and stole my 9mm. That's what I had. And then when the judge or somebody who was never in charge of my case, never knew my case, And when he put this little thing in there, he had stated in there that that I'd had a gun in the house. And when I read this, I says, no, there was never no gun in the house. The police never recovered a gun. They have no proof of no guns because I never had a gun in the house.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think that's something definitely to look into. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, please.
Yep. Okay.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Smith, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate you sharing your story with us and your time today, and hope you have a good weekend.
Amen. And y'all do the same. God bless all of y'all.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, next, we're going to go back and hopefully Lynette Smith is with us. So Lynette, if you're on, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lynette. Well, thanks for being with us. So the next 5 minutes or so are yours in order to share your story with us in terms of explaining how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. Then I'll open up to the board for questions.
Sure. Okay. Beginning 1993, I had my first child. Found out her father was on drugs, so I kind of put him out of the house, went venting on my own. So I was worried about how I was going to pay my bills and, pay for childcare for her. And long story short, I was getting welfare and food stamps as I was working. By the time 1997, I had another daughter, single parent, and that's when they sent me papers having me come down, to when court started and everything. So basically, I was doing it on my own. I was scared how I was gonna pay my bills. First time parent, 2 kids. I was scared. So moving forward, my daughter was 14 at the she was about 13 and 14. We had an altercation early in the morning. This is another case that's under my name. So now I'm back in court again. Well, I was convicted of that. Had another daughter, started working. I started driving a school bus in 2009. I became a trainer. First, I had to quit my job with all of those convictions. Then they gave me my job back. So now, moving forward, I'm a trainer at First Student. I was here 10 and a half years. I finished my parenting classes. I did anger management. Moving forward, had 2 more kids. I'm still a safety manager. Not a safety manager, but I'm a trainer. I train people to drive the bus. I train the classroom for them to get their CDLs. Moving forward, my daughter, the one that was, I think she was 10 or 14, whatever, however old she was. Now she's going through CPS. I have her granddaughter. It doesn't seem that the mom or dad is trying to get themselves together so they can get their child back. So I'm looking forward to where they placed her with me, even though after my convictions. So I'm trying to get custody of her. My plan is to move to Georgia to start over. But with the conviction under my name, I can't get custody of her. I've grown. I was a first-time parent. Hey, yeah, I was 22 years old, but I was young. I'm 51 years old now. I'm a totally different person. I hadn't got in trouble since then. I haven't had any contact with the police or probation or anything. I just, turned my life around, which I wasn't trying to do it on purpose. It was just that I was scared being a first-time parent. Then now I'm with 2 kids. So now I have 2 teenagers, 13 and 15. Totally different person. I don't want my granddaughter to go into a foster home because she's challenging. And I know there are some cruel people in foster care. So with that being said, I want to try to get custody of her. It's been 25 years since anything happened, so with my daughter, I think it's like 11 years or so. Hey, I'm at the same job. I'm working with kids. I'm working with people, with the public. I'm a different person.
Thanks, Ms. Smith. In 2010, you had, looks like you were convicted for misdemeanor battery, and that was amended down from a child abuse charge. What happened? What did you do afterwards? Can you just walk me through that?
Sure. That was my daughter. She's 25 now. She was about 10, 13 or something like that. She's still an aggressive person. We have had hands-on since then. We have grown closer since I've gotten her daughter. CPS got involved in her situation, so I wound up taking my granddaughter. I've had her for almost 3 months now. She's in school. She wasn't in school. I just see a different, it's a different in me, raising her all over again, Like I said, I'm good with people. I love working with people. I work with the public. I was just a bus driver, but now I train people to drive the bus. So that takes a lot, driving a 25,000 pound van, 40-foot long bus. And, I work with kids as well when they get on the bus and do routes. So this year I picked up a route with my granddaughter on the bus. So I'll be able to drop her off and pick her up from school.
No, it's great. It's very clear that you've made a lot of steps, and I'm glad to hear that, your relationship with your daughter and everything. But what led up to that charge though? That's what I'm interested in.
What led up to it?
What happened?
She always used to wet the bed. She was always a big kid. So that morning I was getting dressed for work and noticed that she had urinated in the bed. So I'm telling her to get her clothes, change her bed, put it in the washing machine, take a shower. She didn't want to do that. So it's like when I confronted her about what she did, she would get mad. She started knocking things over, and just my house was small then, pushing stuff, and I had unplugged my phone out of the wall. So as I'm going out the door, and she pushed the stove and refrigerator towards me, and I turned around to hit her with the cord, and she had a whip on. She got a whip on her arm. And when she went to school, I guess they call CPS, because they are ordained to call CPS. So at first I was mad, but I understood, because I would never try to hurt my children intentionally, So that's kind of what happened.
Okay.
They took her. I had other children. They never removed them out of the home. They sent her to my mom's house for one night, and she was back. So that's kind of what happened.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Ms. Smith, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in terms of outcome in about 2 to 3 months from today, but I appreciate your time. I know you have a busy day, and so I'll let you get back to it.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Absolutely.
About that other case with the child abuse, they amended it, down to battery.
Yep.
But would that change the lettering in the case, or would the lettering stay the same even if it was amended?
You mean in terms of the case number?
Yes, because it's still showing up felony.
Yeah, it still shows up as 10 CF 5997.
Right.
Yep.
So it will stay the same, just even if it was amended, it would never change.
Yep.
So that's still showing I have a felony.
Well, it doesn't, if people don't click enough. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem when things get amended down, or even if you're found not guilty, is if you just do CCAP, right, and look at your name, the case will be there, even if it does.
Yeah, even if
it
you
gets amended down, but you have to look, to see what the ultimate result was. Correct. Yep.
So it's still going to show I'm a felon.
Well, the name stays there, but the underlying charge is not a felony. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. So
I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. Well, thanks, Ms. Smith, for your time. Appreciate it, and hope you have a good day. Yep. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Melanie Cox. So, Melanie. if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. Well, Melanie, you've seen how this works. So please proceed with explaining to us in terms of your felony convictions, how it happened, what happened afterwards, and why you think you should be pardoned.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
Nope, that's fine.
Oh, yes. Well, at that time, I didn't know and I didn't realize how important my life would change as an adult. I was dealing with my child's father, which was my second boyfriend. He was a drug dealer. He was very abusive. I did things for his approval, along with several other different individuals. I had misappropriation of identification in forgery cases, absolutely, and I regret everything that I have done up until today. It stops my hindrance. I truly believe that with me going to prison, it saved my life mentally and physically. I really don't regret going to prison. It was a lot of growth out of that. I've learned a lot out of that. I came back into the community having 2 children, which I mentored very well, being my situation. My daughter graduated from St. Jonah Antina with all honors. She goes to Cardinal Strength. My son, a little bit on the edge, but I still dealt with him overall with the lesson that I was taught and being manipulated as a young adult. And now that I am a grown woman, if I could change things, I would. Although it did make me a better and stronger person that I am today. And I absolutely wouldn't change what the penalties was out of that situation. Myself, I have not been dating. I did come in contact with a guy. I have a 7-year-old now, so I have 3. I have grown tremendously. I've kept employment. I am a corporate supervisor and I am in the nursing field. I currently want to expand my nursing, but unfortunately I cannot due to the felony. There is a young adults and things that I mentor along with anybody I come in contact with for abuse situations. I currently work with a young lady named Shabria Smith in regards to adversity with battered women and children. I'm also in the nursing field. I care for elderly, autistic, dementia, anything of that nature. I love to care for people. I feel like giving me a pardon would be a big break and how can I say this? It would be another goal that I've accomplished in my life. I work very hard. I've managed my funds. I have not gotten into any trouble. I recently purchased a condo for me and my family. I don't take things lightly. I'm not easily manipulated. I am 45 years old with a path ahead of me that no one can take that from me. I am also a member of Greater New Birth Church. I have mentored in the community with St. Benedict, from serving homeless people to being there, being a part of what they're going through. I've spent 2 and 3 nights with homeless people just to know and feel their pain. I've also funded these people, and it's out of my own pocket. I greatly appreciate what society has gave to me and opened the door for me another opportunity to live my life. I just want to say thank you all and thank the system for correcting the things that I have done wrong.
Thanks, Ms. Cox. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Cox. So it looks like in the 1996 case, which was the first one where you used a credit card at a Marshall store, it looks like from that one you still owe $3,200 in restitution. Sorry. Does that sound right?
Yes, and I've currently penned on that. I also have an attorney involved, and we got on a payment plan. His name is John Cotty with Levine Law Offices. And yes, I have been paid over that throughout the years. Yes, sir.
And what about, I'm also curious about the last case you had where you took the identification from patients who were undergoing dialysis and then used that. And for that one, you owed something like almost $25,000 in restitution.
That was Jordan several with two other people. Me, myself, actually didn't take it, but yes, it was passed on to me. And yes, it was used, and I was part of that. Again, I have an attorney involved, and we are on a payment plan for that. And I am currently the only one that has been paying on that, and I'm at 8,000. I've paid 8,000 and something. Yes, sir.
So you still owe $16,000 on that one.
Well, if that's correct, yes, sir.
Approximately.
Yes, sir.
And were you working at the dialysis center?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy? Cindy?
Yep, I'm trying to unmute, sorry. Can you tell me where you're employed now?
I am currently employed at Pineview Living. I am a corporate supervisor there. I am a trainer. I am a CNA and a CBRF trainer. I do payroll. I do assessments. I've been there 8 years, August 1st of 2022. And I've always kept employment since the day I was released.
Okay. One of the things, just to follow up on Judge Kramer's question, from the dialysis center, there were substantial sums of money taken from these patients. One person had $12,000 taken from checks or credit cards. Where did this money go, and who was it given? Did you participated in this? You got the money, you got the checks or the credit cards? What went on?
There were two others involved that actually received the things and passed it on. And again, I wasn't aware where they got them from, but yes, I participated in that. And again, it was for love and gain of the person that I was in an abusive relationship for. And I did do this, ma'am, and I did take part of that. And I do regret that. And again, like I said, I have currently been paying. I am the only one paying out of the three joining several, and I have been since that day one. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you would take the checkbook or the blank checks or the credit cards from the patients and turn them over to someone else?
No, they took them and turned them over to me. Yes, ma'am. Or I was in part of using them along with them. Did not know that they actually came from the job, but yes, ma'am.
How would you were the one who worked there? I'm not sure how did these other people have access to those patients?
Oh, one of the other young ladies
also worked there.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Cox, for appearing before us today. And as you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Bye-bye.
All right.
Ryan, before we go to the next person, could you move Lynette Smith out of the room? Her Zoom thing is kind of distracting that she's got going there.
Okay.
Thanks.
There we go. All right, next we will hear from Alan Banks. So Alan. Let me just. All right, Alan, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, I can. Good
All
morning.
right. Good morning, Alan. Well, thanks for joining
Morning.
with us. As you've probably heard me say already, now is your opportunity to share your story with us. You have about 5 minutes to do so. So explain to us in terms of how you ended up with your 3 felony convictions, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So please proceed.
Okay. Yes, my name is Alan Banks, born February 24th, 1967. I was convicted, and I do believe that was 89 of operating without owner's consent. 01 and 02, 2001 and 2002, I was convicted of burglary and dwelling, and 4 years and like 9 months into the probation, I was revoked for letting somebody bring some stolen property to my house, and which I was not charged with, but I was revoked. Did 4 years in prison. Getting out of prison, obtained my CDL, and have been driving ever since. Created my own business and being a positive. I've been a positive force in the community. Teaching others how to be entrepreneurs, and that's what I've done. I started my trucking business and just been trucking.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, can you just walk me through a little bit more in terms of your background? So just so I'm clear, about 32 years ago, you had the operating without owner's consent and you're 22. But then fast forward, usually we see when we hear from folks, they might have some trouble when they're younger in their late teens and early and mid 20s. But then, you had trouble for quite a while afterwards. So you had that 2001 with stealing a motorcycle, and then another burglary charge with 3 motorcycles. What was going on in your life? Walk me through that.
Oh boy, it was just a bad point in my life. I was just, younger, younger, no sense, and I know better now. It was just poor choices I made, that I'm ashamed of. And, but I've corrected that, corrected my thinking on all that. Yeah.
And what's the story behind, it looks like in 2011, you had a federal conviction?
Yes.
What was that about?
I had a property management company, and basically, on the indictment, I was just on one of the cases really wasn't mine because the making a false proceeding in the bankruptcy. If you see the making proceeding in the bankruptcy, that was knowingly. That was just because they said I knew. Actually, I didn't, because I did, So yeah, I did know. So they charged me with the knowingly, and then I had the entering false information on a loan application, which was all me. Yeah, okay. And that's what that was about. Yeah, probation, everything completed. I had state probation, federal probation. Both paroles were completed successfully. And move forward with my life.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
So just to follow up on that, even if the governor were to grant you a pardon for these state charges, you'd still have the federal felony convictions. You understand that, right?
That is correct. And I'm working on them next. They're in the process right now.
So that's a pardon you'd have to get from the president of the United States.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I don't have
any in the making right now. I'm working on that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Well, Mr. Banks, thanks for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay. Thank you much, all.
Thank you.
Weekend too.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, next we'll hear from Amelia Morris. So Ms. Morris, let's see, there you are. All right, Amelia, thanks for joining with us. You've now seen how this works a couple of times, but if you could just start off by explaining how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and what you've done since then in order to earn a chance to receive a pardon.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so back in 2012, I'm gonna read what I wrote. I made an immature decision that changed my life. I was 18 and I was having issues with paying my rent that led me to find other ways to provide for myself. I was convicted of a drug offense, which was manufacturing delivery of less than a gram. I was sentenced 3 years probation, which I successfully completed. And since then, I haven't had any new cases. Being a felon isn't just a label, it's some type of punishment. It's also a lifestyle that I no longer have any involvement in. Since then, I have grown a lot and have chosen a better life and became a better person other than being involved in criminal. Who I was is not who I am today. So since my conviction, I have relocated to a different state. I'm now in Atlanta, Georgia, and I have not had any police contact. I surround myself around positive individuals that want the best for me. I became an audio engineer graduating from Full Sail University. I own a record label now to help me become a music artist that I always dreamed of. I have my driver's license. I have been cleaning my credit and building my business credit up, which will help me create generational wealth. I do believe in doing things right now because it only makes life harder trying to cut corners. Me and my significant other started a salon and I help her run it. I'm also returning graduate for my bachelor's starting August 29th. Since then, I've learned knowledge is key. I try to learn more than ever now. I have a 3-year-old son that I have to set the most positive examples for, and I understand that my decisions not only affect me, but the ones around me. Being involved in selling drugs also means that I am helping one destroy someone else's loved one. I want to be a positive role model to others and motivate them and show people there's another way. Being granted this pardon gives me choices and other options in life. For starters, I'm able to control my environment. I can get better housing because no one likes to rent to a drug felon. I can finish getting my auction license and also finish my insurance, becoming a life insurance agent. Giving me a chance will also give my son a chance at better opportunities in life. I have been FTM transitioning, and I just want to leave my past life where it's at and be able to share my story to help others know all things is possible.
All right. Thank you. Can you just walk me, Amelia, can you just walk me through a couple of things? In 2011, you were arrested for robbery with use of force, but it looks like there's no disposition reported. What happened there?
It was, I guess it was like mistaken identity or something. Somebody had thrown, and that just, after they talked to me about it, it was over with.
Okay.
And that was like before my conviction.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then in 2013, there was an arrest for a probation violation, operating while suspended, and then possession of marijuana and resisting. What happened there?
It was like a new car I had bought, and they found a bag of paraphernalia bag in there, and it had like some crumbs in it. And they were, if the car was yours and you just bought it, then we have to give you this ticket and cite me for it. Since then, I have got my driver's license and I do things right now.
Okay. And then my final question for you is just then in 2016, there was an arrest for battery and disorderly conduct. What happened with that?
That was like, it was like a domestic with my mother. Like, me and my girlfriend, we had wanted to go out. She was like holding something, like some money for me, and we were trying to go. And we kind of got into it because she's not with me being gay. So it was like, it was her boyfriend jumped on me, and I actually called the police, and they took me because it was her house, and then they let me go. They made but then they dropped the case.
Okay. No, thank you. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning. It says, according to the review we've done, that you owe $467 in a civil judgment. What is that for?
I don't know. I really don't know what that is. It might be a ticket or something from when I was driving with no license or something like that.
Okay, but you don't owe any restitution for this case?
For probation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do owe a couple $100 to that. I haven't paid off.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Cindy?
Morning. Letters of support. I want to ask you about that, as I've asked some other candidates. So they're not required, but it's encouraged. But you didn't submit any. So can you tell us why not?
Because I didn't that part. I went through a little program and they were just like, fill out this paper and just write out why I feel like I should get a pardon. And I didn't know that I got letters of support, or I most definitely would have had some.
Okay. What do you mean you went through a program? Like you got some help filling this out, or what does that mean?
Yeah. Jump for Justice, something like that. In Milwaukee, I heard about it. And the lady, she had sent me the paperwork over for doing the pardon and stuff, but I didn't know nothing about it. Was an email. She didn't send me that I can give letters of support, because I would have had a lot of them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Amelia, for appearing before us and answering our questions. I know it's not always the easiest forum to do so, but I appreciate your time and your candor, and you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good day.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Tatuma Hooper.
Hi.
Hi. Well, thanks good morning. Well, thanks for joining with us. You've seen how this works before, so I'm just going to hand things right over to you to proceed.
Over 20 years ago, made a bad, poor decision. Someone came to me with a proposition saying I could make some money. It was a check that I cashed that was in my name, but it wasn't a legit check. And I did it, and I suffered the consequences for it. I had never did anything like this in my life. It took a very big toll on my life. I had been working since I was 14 years old, never had any problems with getting jobs. But when I caught this case, I couldn't get a job for like nothing in the world. Like, I totally regret this in my life. Before that, in 98, I had a retail theft, made another poor decision. Not blaming anything on anybody. It was just a poor decision that I made. While I was on paper, I caught another retail theft, another poor decision, which were both was misdemeanors. My felony case, the forgery, of course, was a felony. Caught the felony. I did my probation, and I did catch the retail theft. So they kind of ran it concurrent. Is it concurrent? They ran it concurrent. So I ended up getting probation for that too. I finished out the sentence. I think I paid all the restitution to my knowledge. From there, I moved on with my life. I'm a changed person now. It's been over 20 years. I'm currently a business owner of a dog family home in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I have 2 different locations. I started back in 2018 with my first home, ambulatory home, where I care for people 24/7, elderly clients with Alzheimer's, dementia, things like that. Then I have a second location, which is a non-ambulatory people in wheelchairs. So I have changed my life. I made poor decisions over 20 years ago, and it motivated me to start my own business. And thank God that my felony did not stop me from being able to be licensed to be able to start my own business. And that's where I'm at right now in my life, is running my own business.
Thanks, Ms. Hooper. Questions for her? All right, well, you get off easy today. Oh, Jeff has a question, and then Anthony, I spoke too soon.
Do I owe any? So
here.
does it say if I owe anything? Because like I said, from my knowledge, I think what I paid it out already some years ago.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about.
Okay. Oh, wow.
According to the CCAP records, it shows that you still owe over $1,200.
Really?
In restitution.
Wow. Huh. I didn't know that. So how do I take care of that? Like, if I wanted to pay it like today?
We can have staff follow up with you on that, Ms. Hooper.
Okay. And I will take care of that as soon as possible.
Yeah.
But thanks for letting me know, because like I said, I didn't know that. I see in the previous cases, you guys are saying what people owe, and like I didn't know until today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anthony, you had a question?
Actually, it was the same thing. Jeff beat me to it, and that was all.
Okay. Does that stop a decision from? Does that stop the
Well,
board like making a decision?
We'll still make a decision and we'll follow up with you. So
Okay.
you're not the first person, and
Okay.
sometimes the records aren't accurate,
Okay.
but we'll
Okay.
work with you.
Okay.
So if you are recommended for a pardon, we'll work with you on it.
Awesome.
So,
Okay,
yep.
sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you,
have a good
guys.
weekend. Yep.
Have a
Thanks,
blessed
Ms. Hooper.
weekend. Thank you, guys.
You too.
Uh-huh.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Theodore Ingelk. My apologies, Ted, if I mispronounced your last name.
A little bit. No, it's Ingoti. Pretty close.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right. So this was back in 2004 or 5, I believe. It was for second offense possession of marijuana. So I had went to a local bar to meet up with some friends, and we were hanging out. And the people I went there to go meet, I couldn't find, and I ended up running into an old friend I hadn't seen in probably 3-4 years. So we were talking, and we decided we want to go smoke. And he suggested we go back to his apartment. So when we went there, he had me wait outside my car to check and see if it was okay for his roommate with his roommate if I came in. As I was waiting, a patrol officer seen my car waiting and got out and came to my window just to see what I was doing. I guess there had been some thefts around the area or whatever, but he had either smelled marijuana or just seen something suspicious. So he had me step out. When they searched the vehicle, they found about an ounce of marijuana in my vehicle. So then I was charged. I was sentenced for 6 months jail and 3 years probation. 3 months of it was stayed, and then I was released a year early off of probation. So I served 2 out of the 3 years, and I had changed my life. Kind of stopped messing with the people that I was with, and while I was on probation, I met my wife. We've been married 15 years. We have 3 boys now. So I guess since then, I had finished my mechanical design degree through the Tech in Appleton. Spent 15 years as a 3D modeler in a few different positions. These last 2 years, I started my own business doing construction and crane operation. So I went and got my CDL and my Class B, and I then also went to crane operation school down in Beaver Dam. Got my certification there, and I've been doing that for the last couple of years now. And the reason I'm applying for a pardon is that it's been a long time, and with 3 boys, I've been honest with them about what happens, and then you make poor decisions and you have to live with consequences. Now there are chances that you can improve yourself and show that you've improved yourself. There's so many things in the community I want to do, especially with the school board and town board. Can't currently apply to do anything in those offices because they're publicly held office. I did coach with the YMCA baseball. I think I did it for 5 or 6 years, starting with T-ball, kind of going all the way up to coach pitch. So I put in some time mentoring the youth, and I love baseball, so it was a great time to be able to go and teach these kids how to play, especially just little guys that have never played before. It was pretty fun. I did have, I'm sure it'll come up as a question, that in 2015, I did have a conviction for possession of marijuana and an OWI. What had happened with that is I was going to the camper for Memorial Day weekend, and I've had 8 back surgeries since I've been 24, 25 years old. So I've had a lot of scar tissue, a lot of debilitating back spasms. So I was never a fan of any of the pharmaceutical medications, and that was stopping the spasms. Since then, though, I haven't had any, and that was really the only interaction with the law since my conviction there. And that was that when I had got stopped on my way to the camper, and it was kind of a weird situation where he thought I was just acting nervous. He didn't smell anything or anything like that. And when they called the canine unit and they circled the car 2 or 3 times, and then the canine didn't do anything, and then there was some like shrugging of the shoulders, and then all of a sudden there's a loud thump on my door, and then the dog jumped up on the car. I mean, I did have a little bit on me, but it's kind of a weird situation the way it happened. And then come to find out, it was very shortly after, a month or 2 after, I had found out that the officer actually lost control of his canine. They took it away from him. We don't know what happened with it. It's kind of sealed on why the canine was removed from the officer, but I did have it, and I regret having it, but now since then I haven't touched it. I've had 2 other back surgeries since. The last one was a nerve stimulator that they put in, so that interrupts the pain signal going from the low back to the brain. It just interrupts that pain signal. Since then, I haven't really had any back pain, some mild stuff, but I don't have to hardly even take ibuprofen and Tylenol anymore. So that's great. So I guess if you guys have any questions for me.
Well, thanks, Ted. Yeah, you beat me to the punch for the question, but glad to hear that you're in a better situation with your back.
Yeah.
Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, good morning. You said in your application that the marijuana you had on you for the 2004-5 case was for personal use. In the criminal complaint, it says you admitted to selling the baggies of marijuana for $50 each.
No, so that's where I would disagree with what was said. So what we would do is everybody would just pool their money together, and whoever could find it at the time would go get it, and then we would just have it for our personal use. He had asked how much is it going for at that time. I said it's $50 a bag. So that's where they said I was selling it, but I wasn't. That's just how much it was going for. So when we all chipped in to go get it, it wasn't always me that got it. It was, different people that would just go get it. And then, so there was no money made or anything. It was, no profit. It was just who was ever able to get it at that time would go get it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jeff?
So following up on that, it looked like from the complaint, when the officer stopped you, didn't you have a scale?
Yeah, because I had just gotten it, so it was just to make sure everything had weighed out. So when we would get it from the guy or whatever, we would just take it, and get it, and then I had it to verify that that's what it actually had weighed, that we were actually getting what we were supposed to be getting.
I see. All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, well, thanks, Ted, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months from the date from today, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you very much. You guys as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, next we'll hear from Timothy Ewer. So Timothy, see if you're... All right, looks like we don't have Tim yet, so we'll follow up with him. Then we'll jump ahead to Glenn Schofield. Glenn? Man, I'm striking out here. All right.
It seems like there's a phone that's been trying to connect for a while.
Yeah, we'll reach out. Yeah, so we'll have staff reach out to both Tim and Glenn. But we do have Ronald Kraft. So Ronald, looks like you get to jump the queue. Are you there, Ronald? Oh, there we go. All right, Ronald, can you hear us? Oh, looks like we're not hearing you though. Ronald, looks like we're not hearing you. Nope, still not. So Ronald, we'll reach out to you too. So we have a list of folks now. But it looks like it's this the Samsung. Is that either Tim or Glenn?
Glenn.
Glenn. Okay, so Ronald, we'll reach out to you. Glenn, we'll go ahead and hear from you, and we'll do a little bit of shuffling here to make sure we get through everybody. So Glenn, you've seen how this works before, but if you could just talk through how you ended up with your 3 felony convictions, what's happened since then, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Yeah, my name is Glenn Schofield. Back in 2006, I got for theft by false recitation, which was a worthless check. I wrote a check that for a boat that I know the money wasn't in there. That's how I got for theft by false recitation.
Mm-hmm.
And then it lead into 2008. I went and voted while I was on probation, and I didn't sign a piece of paper before the probation officer that I was supposed to sign. He never brought it up to me to sign, and that's how I got for theft by illegal voting fraud.
Mm-hmm.
You said 3 felonies. That's only 2 I'm aware of.
Oh, sorry. I think we had the election fraud, illegal voting was split out, but you're right. Yep.
Otherwise, I've been remaining good, honorable, upstanding citizens. I've been employed for Cobuson, for a bus driver for the school for going on 3 years now. With all those last evictions, I've been keeping a steady employment. Since then, I had 4 kids, and the reason why I'd like to get a pardon is they're growing up and they want to enjoy the outdoors, like going deer hunting, and like I did with my dad. And that's what's preventing me. There is things at the school that I want to participate in. I know I wanted to go on with my CDL or drive for FedEx or something like that. And with a felony charge, I can't even do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much everything from the time I've been had no contact with the law since. I believe all my restitutions are paid that I'm aware of.
All right. Questions for Glenn? Cindy?
Good morning. I just note in the criminal complaint, the court gave you the option of either returning the boat or paying for it by a certain date and time. Which did you do?
I returned the boat, but it wasn't in the time that they allowed. It was like the next day. That's why. But they did get the boat back, and then I had to pay whatever was remaining that they sold the boat for.
So you were ordered to pay, it looks like a little over $900 of restitution to the Zaco Sports Center. That was
yes.
The difference between what they sold the boat for and what you had taken it.
Yes.
Was there damage to the boat or something, or it was just
no? There was no damage.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Glenn? All right. Well, thanks, Glenn, for appearing before us. You've heard me say this a bunch of times, but you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months from today's date. And hope you have a good weekend.
Was the restitution paid? Did it show?
Yes.
Does they all paid? Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
All right. Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks a lot.
All right. And it looks like we have, we'll just try. Looks like Ronald is calling in. Ewer. All right, we'll just give Ron another minute here. All right, so Ron is going to be, oh, there we are.
Hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Ron. Yep.
Okay.
It might actually turn best, Ron, if you turn your video off just to help with the connection. Sometimes the bandwidth gets a little bit tight if you have both video and audio, and we want to hear you more than see you.
I didn't catch that last part. I had to mute off the camera. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you turn the camera off, it should help with our audio connection. There we go. Can you hear us?
Is that the little robot-y?
Yeah, it looks like you called in too, so let's try using the cell phone connection instead.
Well, I did. It said my access code wasn't working.
Well, Ron,
Code and a pass.
yeah, we'll go ahead to Tim and then come back to you. And I think we'll have to have you, we'll try again with you calling in, but we'll work it out. Don't worry. All right, so Tim, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. All right, can you hear me, Tim?
Hello. Just a minute.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Tim.
Hi.
All right. Well, so it looks like we have a good audio connection. So now's your
Yes, sir.
opportunity to share your story with us in terms of explaining how you got your felony conviction back in 1977 and what's happened since then and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon.
Okay. Well, it all started in 1977. My brother and I went into a cabin up in the woods up here in northern Wisconsin, and it went into another one, and it just snowballed from there. And finally, we were arrested, and we got 2 years in state prison. We did 30 days, or I did 30 days in Green Bay, and then was transferred to Gordon State Camp, a minimum security in northern Wisconsin, where we spent 13 months. In the last 2 months, we were on a work release program that we were logging for a gentleman from Solon Springs. And after we got done there, we got released in September, and I came home. And well, let me back up for a minute. While we were incarcerated, I got my high school diploma, and I got a welding certification. And we come out, and I got into logging again, and I've been in logging ever since for about 44 years. And I've been married for 43 years and had 2 kids and 2 grandkids, and I just live a simple life, and that's about the extent of my story. It's simple. So.
All right, thanks, Tim. Sure. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Timothy, for appearing before us. You get off easy today. You'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
All right. I think we're still working on Ron. Glenn, are you on?
We did, Glenn. We did.
Oh, sorry. We just have.
Just Ron. I think he needs to turn his computer off. I don't think he understands.
Yeah. Let me just check with Joe to see where we're at with Ron. All right, Ron's gonna try calling again. All right. So make sure Tim. Think Joe, I think if Ron is still having problems, it might be easiest if we do one of those things where you call him and we use your phone.
Still here. I don't know if you can hear me though. The phone call, it's not working with someone else's
Okay.
account.
Okay. I think we could, why don't we try this, Ron? We'll try it. So just explain, we'll keep it brief because your case is pretty straightforward. So can you just talk about how did you end up with your burglary conviction first, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir. Being patient with the technology for this. In 1993, hot-wired a garage door, entered the parking structure, and took a car radio. Someone came and subsequently was caught. Burglary, party to a crime, received 3, paid restitution, 100 hours community service, church, did encounter the law again, conviction, my parole, sit in the county jail for a little bit to kind of think what direction my life was going, and that it was the place I didn't want to be at that point with my life, and everyone's always think you know what's best. Sitting in that cell, I realized that's not. I finished no other incidents, paid back my service, and just during that time I found and was fortunate a sprinkler fitter in fire protection. I've been doing that for 25 years since. I live in Milwaukee, son. Who I'm very proud of for the school. I just I'm asked for this decision I made. It was my one but myself and consequences that would follow. Then that I had to working at a certain job site or even just going on felony follows me everywhere. Cares to have with both my friends as to why I can't trust me to do, you know, what I do. I love my job. It's to potentially save someone's life. I'm asking you to please consider me based on.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Kraft. Questions for Ronald? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Kraft. So there was an arrest in 95 for transporting machine guns. What was that about?
Yeah, that statute is very misleading. Drinking and driving driving charge when I had a canister of pepper spray. So, my grandparents were there. My mom bought one at the mall. That canister of pepper at the time, because of the military tear gas in it, it was legal in our town, so they charged me with court, and I was found not. It was kind of a wait sitting in the DA's office, and he was charged me with and already a convicted felon to try and help a young person. No, I claim negligence that, but it fell under the same statute. It was just a small canister. So again, I tried for that, and the jury, based on that happened.
Thank you.
Does that answer all your questions?
Yep. All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Kraft, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend. All right.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Again.
All right. And with that, just gonna, all right. We have now concluded our morning session, so we are ready to go in closed session. So do I hear a motion to go in closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including for purposes of deliberations, considering a case before the board, considering specific applications, considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons? Is there a first? Jeff, is there a second? Cindy, anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. I'm going to put Wisconsin Eye in the waiting room.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we'll be with you in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Nelsistuen, and I'm Governor Ever's Chief Legal Counsel and also Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. We're going to be going through a couple of housekeeping items. First and foremost, we are live streaming this on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, so therefore please mute yourself. So we can maintain audio quality. You can do so by clicking the little microphone button in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Similarly, I'm going to have the 3 other board members and myself keep our video on, but for those of you, until it is your time to speak, please turn your video off. You can do so by clicking the little camera icon. It's also in your lower left-hand corner of your screen. So if you can do both of those things until it's your time to speak, that would be very helpful. In addition to that, I have a couple other items to go through. When it is your time to speak, I will call you up. And so we are going to be going in the order that folks are listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we'll be starting with Richard Ziegler, then Richard Kursenke, then Andre Brown, then Douglas Littleton, Marquita Walker, Darnell Garth, Kevin Stanford, Elgin Hortman, and finally, we will be going to Lou Jofek. So when I call you up, please turn your camera on so that we can see you. Unmute yourself so we can hear you. And you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes in order to share your story with us. During that time, we sent you some questions that we want you to answer. So we want to hear how you ended up with your felony conviction or convictions. And we want specifics about what you did and what your role was in order to be charged with a felony. We want you to be open and candid and honest about it. This isn't a forum for pleading innocence. We want to know how you ended up with felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've received the chance to earn a pardon from Governor Evers. After you have gotten through the 5 to 7 minutes, if you start going over that, I'm going to cut you off so we can open up to the board for questions. The board may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it one way or the other if we do. And then after you get done answering our questions, you can hop off. There is no need to stay on. Nobody does. You can go about enjoying the rest of your day. When we get through all the folks today, meeting with each of you, we will then be having meeting in closed session where we will vote, consider your applications, and decide which applications to forward to Governor Evers for final consideration. You need to receive majority support from the board members present to have your application be forwarded. So that means 3 out of the 4 board members present. And if you do receive majority support, your application will go to Governor Evers for final consideration. If you don't receive majority support from the board, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, you'll receive a denial letter and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon 18 months from the date of that denial letter. And you should find out if you're going to be receiving a pardon or a denial in about 2 to 3 months from today. So we're at the shortest part of the process from here on out. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions, and then we're going to jump right to Mr. Ziegler. So in addition to myself, other board members, we have Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee County. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And we have Anthony Cooper, who works in reentry services for the Nehemiah Center here in Madison. And with that, we will see if we have, with that, Richard Ziegler, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. All right, so Richard, you heard my opening spiel. So if you can go ahead and describe to us in terms of how you received your felony conviction in 2002, what's happened since then, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let me start off by thanking for this opportunity. But yeah, in 2002, I was 17 years old. We were out hanging out that night. One of my buddies had snuck out. We were all underage, living at home with their parents. He had drank. We went to take people home. The gentleman in the back needed to use the bathroom, so we pulled into Webster's Lumber and to go to the bathroom. And when we went to leave, there was a officer coming into the parking lot, and I fled. We went for a couple miles. I think I reached somewhere 90 miles an hour or so, 100. I tried to turn my headlights off to evade him seeing my license plate. I missed a corner, and I went and crashed the vehicle on a railroad bridge. After that, I got out of the car and I was compliant, and the rest is history. There was no more incident from that point forward. I guess the biggest thing that I regret in that is thinking of the others in the vehicle, because it was very reckless of what I did, and not fair to them. But luckily nobody was killed or really injured badly. I guess from that, I have come out of being in trouble. I am now married. I have 2 kids. I have a daughter that is 7 and a stepson that is 15. He is now starting to do his permits and drive, so it's a new challenge. We are, as a family, part of a 4-H program here in town. We go to Leon, and we do a lot of fair things with animals. We do garbage cleanup on the sides of the roads. We have craft days where we bring kids in and they make crafts that they can display for others to vote on, and they have trophies and things like that. Just trying to live a good life now, not doing those bad things anymore. I have a job. I've been there at Spartech in Sparta since 2017 of November. I go to work every day. I provide for my family. I just flipped my last house. We sold my last house, I think it was 3 weeks ago. So we're now moved out into the country. First animals we have are some outdoor cats to try and help with the mice on the farm. But I guess that's where my life is right now. But a reason that I would really like to be offered this opportunity for a pardon is my son has gotten involved with trap hunting and hunting of deer in the area, and I'm not able to partake in those activities because of what I did was when I was 17. I would like to be able to partake in those activities with my children when they start to hunt and do things like that. The other reason is I can't go fishing in like Canada because I have that felony conviction. That'd be another reason for me, mostly just recreational and never having that issue of ever being able to be in trouble if there was a firearm in a vehicle or something like that. That's pretty much the most of my story and what I have for you. I appreciate this opportunity.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Ziegler, then I'll open it up. Can you mentioned the other people in the car? You know, one of the things in the criminal complaint, the passengers in your car told the law enforcement that they repeatedly asked you to stop. What was going on? Can you just walk me through that? Because, you went from wanting to avoid a speeding ticket to, pretty much endangering your life and their lives,
Right.
and the officers pursuing you.
So prior to this, I had gotten a large speeding ticket. I think it was 2 weeks prior.
Mm-hmm.
But when we went and did this, Kelvin in the back, he had been intoxicated, and it's one of those times in my life that I don't really remember the whole thing because of the adrenaline and things of that nature. I don't have an excuse for not stopping when they asked me to do that. My goal was to try and get away, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. I still talk to these individuals now. Like I say, I mean, it's one of the worst things I've done is put somebody in danger like that. And I'm just thankful that nobody got injured worse than they did.
Mm-hmm. Just one other question. Richard, can you talk to me about, in 2008, you had a misdemeanor operating under the influence, which was your second one, right? Have you had
Yes.
just the 2 OWIs then?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do any AODA treatment
did.
or assessment?
I had an assessment class that I went to.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the schedule of it, but I believe it might have been every Saturday for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But then I guess to go on with that, my felony conviction, I was convicted and had probation, and I believe it was supposed to be 3 or 5 years, and I think I was off in somewhere around 6 months. So it was with the probation officer here in town. She thought that I had done a good enough job to accomplish that sooner than the full sentencing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Go ahead.
No. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Ziegler, for appearing before us. As you heard me say at the top of the hour, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process. But I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. All right. We will next be going to our next Richard. So let's see if we have him on. So, and I apologize if I mispronounced anybody's last name. Richard Kurscheny.
He's on, but he's muted.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
Last name's Karshny.
Karshny. All right. That's easy enough. All right. Thanks for the help. I often have to help people with my last name too. So, so Richard, talk to me a little bit in terms of how you ended up with your felony back in the mid 70s. What happened afterwards, and why do you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon?
Well, I did marry way too young. I was quite irresponsible. And jobs back then, of course, were hard to get, which is really no excuse. I just kept on going the best way I could with our marriage, and things were getting rocky. So what I did was knew I had to change things, so I joined the Army. And of course, I went basic training, AIT in Colorado, went to Vietnam for a year, came back, came home on leave. Things were a little shaky still. So then I went back in for another year and got honorably discharged, and came back home, got a divorce, and just pretty much ignored anything I had to pay. And of course, I went through court, was on probation for 3 years without any trouble, and was paying and have paid everything I owed. And met a lady in 1977 and been married for 45 years now. But during that time, I did earn my CDL, drove semi for Peterson Produce for 2 years. And then I started buying my own trucks and retired in 2018. I don't owe nobody. I've never been in any trouble since then. I pay my taxes. I do everything I'm supposed to do. And the reason for this, I have grandchildren. I would love to be able to go hunting with them and other things. And I just feel like I'm not a threat to anybody. And that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Richard. I know this was a long time ago, Richard, but can you talk about in 1971, you had an arrest for, it looks like, hit and run using somebody and then being absent without leave, and then it looks like you're turned over to military authorities. Do you remember what that was about? And I realized this was 51 years ago.
Yes, I did. I did go AWOL for a while, but as far as that accident, I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it was 51 years ago. So final question I have, and then I'll turn it over to the board. So it's felony non-support. Can you just talk to me a little bit about, how did this impact your kids and what your relationship is like with your kids since then?
Okay, well, I have a relationship with my oldest son. He also drives semi. My other son has absolutely nothing to do with me. And every time I try to make some kind of a relationship with him, he asks for $5,000. Every time, $5,000. So it just got to the point where it just wasn't going to work. He lives in Fond du Lac here, and he doesn't try to contact me, but I am got a good relationship with my granddaughter, his daughter. He hasn't seen her in 10 years. I feel sorry for her, but she's a great kid. And I do have a daughter from my wife, Judy. And, she lives in town here also, and just fantastic girl.
Good. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon. So in the application packet, letters of support are encouraged, but you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Letters of support. I don't know what that is.
Well, from family and employer, neighbors, anyone that would support your petition for pardon that could attest to your character or your good works.
Oh, well, I didn't really know I had to do that.
It's not required, but it's strongly encouraged. It's part of the application process.
Okay, I never told anybody they had to do that because I didn't know it was required.
It's not required, sir.
But I have a lot of friends, but I never had them asked them to do it.
Okay. And so then back to the felony non-support. So it looks like you had the two different cases. One was in 1974 when you were 24 and you got placed on 1-year probation, correct?
Yes.
And then the second was in 1977. By then you were almost $10,000 in arrears and your probation was revoked and you were sentenced on the first case was revoked and you got 3 months jail for that. And then you were put on probation again. Is that your understanding of it?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time of the offenses, your two boys would have been roughly the first offense 6 and 7 years old.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And so why didn't you pay the support?
There again, I was irresponsible and just did not do it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Richard, for appearing before us. As you just heard me say, you'll hear from us in terms of the outcome of the process in about 2 to 3 months, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from Andre Brown. So let me see if we have Andre. Andre Brown, are you on? All right, so we will follow up with Andre, but we will jump ahead to Douglas Littleton. So Douglas, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, well, Mr.
Or
Littleton,
afternoon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, well, the floor is yours. You've seen how this works, so please go ahead.
All right, I've come before you to ask for a pardon in something that I did 26 years ago. Me and a few other guys decided it was a good idea to break into a stereo store and steal stereo equipment here in Racine. At the time, I was about 18, 19, and we were on drugs, drinking, doing just stupid, irresponsible things. And someone came up with the idea of, hey, let's break in this stereo store. We can sell it and make money for drugs. And I went along with it, and we got caught. I received 8 months of jail time, 3 years of probation. From that, I tried to change my life around through education and just work. Ever since then, I had a job 100% of the time. I've never been really unemployed. I've done AODA for the probation. I don't use drugs or alcohol. I'm married, 15 years, our own home, about the same amount of time. I've got 4 wonderful children, 3 boys and 1 daughter. The boys would love to go hunting. I grew up in a hunting, fishing family. My grandpa, uncles, father, and my sons wanted to do it. But because of my irresponsible, stupid actions as a teenager, I'm robbing them of the experience I had with my father and grandfather. I've gone to school, got my HSD, welding and fabrication degree, maintenance degree, and I'm looking into other degrees because of the technology keeps advancing. I'm a professional maintenance man at Graham Packaging here in Racine. That's my professional trade. And because the technology in the industry keeps evolving, I have to keep evolving with my education. I have been denied quite a few jobs, well-paying stand-up companies due to my actions as a teenager. Yeah, after I served my time, I just stuck my nose to the grind, worked hard, went to school, tried to not ever fall back into that lifestyle of drugs and alcohol. I don't want my children to think stuff like that's okay. So that's why I choose not to do drugs or drink or smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes. Yeah, I just want to be able to be a good role model for my children. And it was hard for me to explain to my children why I can't take them hunting, which in turn is the reason why I'm coming before you today and pleading out my case.
Thanks, Mr. Littleton. I think I'll open up for questions. I do notice on CCAP, there's a number of, you have a couple of cases related to child support orders.
I am all caught up now. I apologize. Okay. I'm all caught up now. Yes.
When did you get caught up?
They took my taxes and then gave me the remainder after it knocked out my child support.
And when was that though? Do you remember?
Yes, this year.
Okay.
The last tax time. Okay. I was unemployed for a little bit because of I had some health issues. So that's when I started falling behind. And then from changing jobs, there's like that first month or so where they don't take out my child support, even though I asked HR to. But the process, I guess, with them, it seems like every job I've ever been at has been kind of similar, where it takes them a few weeks to a month or so to start taking out my child support, which then all goes, as arrears, I think they call it. But I am all caught up right now.
Okay.
And I currently pay child support regularly. Like it comes out of my check regularly now.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. So your 4 boys that you were talking about, or 3 boys and a daughter, they don't live with you?
2 of my sons live with my ex, and my son and daughter live with me and my wife with 2 stepkids right now. So we have a house of 4. So a stepdaughter, a stepson, my son, and my daughter all live with me right now.
And the older 2 children, they're the ones that were the subject of the non-support orders?
Yes, sir.
According to the records we've been provided, you also still owe about $1,400 in restitution. Does that sound right?
As far as I know, no. When I got off of probation in early 2000s, I thought I was caught up. I never missed a payment for the probation officer. I've never received anything saying that I owe anything to the probation officers. And I thought, you know, they wouldn't let me off probation unless I was up to date with all my probation and stuff.
Well, that's not exactly correct. I mean, they will let you off probation when you still owe money if they don't have a basis for extending it. I do see your probation was extended once to 1998. Presumably because you hadn't finished making restitution, but they can't just keep extending it if the only reason is to try and get you to pay more money. At some point, they will just discharge you from probation, but that doesn't mean you still don't owe the balance of the restitution. So that's why I was asking about it. You said that you were on drugs at the time that this happened. What kind of drugs were you abusing?
Cocaine, marijuana, alcohol.
And when did you stop using all of those?
When I was on probation, because my probation officer regularly tested me every week when I went in there to see her. Well, I had a few while I was on probation, female or male. So every week it was a drug test.
So you haven't had drugs since for 20 years or so?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good.
That's what got me into my trouble was, you know, that kind of thinking under the influence, you know, making dumb decisions like that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
So you also have that misdemeanor party to a crime criminal damage from 96. Is that from the damage to the stereo store, or is that a different incident?
That was around the same exact time. I broke into a car. We were walking down the street and one of my friends that at the time said, "Hey, look, there's some stuff in there." So we broke into it and I got caught for that. And I believe it all got tied into the same sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Douglas, for meeting with us. As you heard me say before, you'll find out about the outcome of this process in about 2 to 3 months, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Excuse me. I was just wondering, the probation fees, how do I find out about that? I don't want to owe. I didn't know about it. I don't believe I was ever contacted about it. I'm not 100% sure.
Sometimes the records are not current because when you're off, as soon as you go off probation, whatever DOC says that you owe, they stop tracking. So sometimes that's not accurate. Sometimes what we have from the court isn't, but we'll have staff follow up with you on that point.
Please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for hearing me.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Next, we are going to go back to Andre Brown. It looks like, Andre, you're able to call in. There we go. Mr. Brown, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. Yes,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So Mr. Brown, just need you to explain how you ended up with your felony conviction back in 2001, what happened afterwards, and why do you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers?
Okay, thanks guys for hearing me. I might hear a little noise in the background. I just got on work. Well, my son was born January 17, 2099. That year, 99 and 98 was real bad for me. I lost my mother in August of 98 of stomach cancer, and her brother, which is my uncle, died in 99 of it. 1 year later, in August of 99, of colon cancer. One was 57, she was 57, he was 55. My son was born January 99, so I had a lot of stuff going on while my son was born, but I did, take care of him and all that. But I was driving for the Milwaukee County Transit at the time, but I didn't get approved for the FMLA, so I was still working there and all that, but I ended up voluntarily resigning because I felt like a moving bullet taking passengers down the street, and that was unsafe, you know. So I resigned in 99, 12/99, and my son's probably about close to a year. And so I was out work for a few months because I had to get myself together. So Letitia and I, Letitia's the mother, we wasn't getting along because of that. She wasn't trying to understand. I guess, I don't know what happened. So I'm seeing my mother deteriorate, you know, and my family, I'll be doing, we're rotating, taking care of her and my uncle, you know, like that, you know, and because it came upon him, the cancer. So I was off work. We was having a lot of disagreements. She ended up leaving me, you know, like that. And then all of a sudden, she got married to someone. And then 2001, I got a complaint. I'm like, well, how can you? He's only 2 years old. You know, you putting all this stuff on me saying that I'm not doing anything, and I'm doing everything, I'm paying everything except the other 3 months I was on work. I said, now, how can I get? So they charged me a felony when he was only 2 years old. You know, and so because Judge Christensen wanted me to pay X amount of dollars, about I think 30 days, which I didn't have, you know, like that. And mentally, emotionally, I wasn't right, you know, like that. And I wasn't into drugs and alcohol. I never did that. Didn't do it, you know, like that. So I pled guilty because I didn't have the funds, the monies, and they charged me with the felony. And it was I forgot what type of felony it was. I know what kind of failure to support. I don't know what class, but I went through the 4 years probation, and I did all that stuff with no problem. And I had gainful employment during the time. I started meeting my monthly obligations behind that, you know, and I'm doing that until today, you know, like that. And that's what happened, you know. That was the count, one charge, one count, failure to support a child, you know, like I said. But I can understand. Well, then again, I guess, well, no matter what age the child is, you know, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, that happens. But I didn't get a chance because, like I said, I was going through a stressful time like that, you know. I mean, had I stayed with the job, eventually the court order would have went through my employer, and they would have eventually started taking out my check. But I resigned, like I said, because I was unhealthy mentally, you know. So going forward, you know, like I said, I continue having gainful employment. I'm making my monthly obligations, meeting my monthly obligations. I had a lot of resentments towards the courts and everything, but then after talking to people, going to meetings and church and all that, you know, it really started with me. So, you know, I mean, I could have prevented all that, so to speak. So, I'm the one who got the ball rolling on that. So, I kind of let all those feelings went away. You know, I continue just doing positive things, continue working. You know, over the years, only thing I heard in me is that I had a hard time getting a place to live because of the felons. You know, my work record was good, but everyone turned me down. You know, like that. They treated me like a common criminal. I'm like, man, you know. And some people used to say, Andre, you got a good work record, and your personality and this and that. Man, how can you be a felon? You know, I'm tired of hearing all that. That's why I want this on my record. You know, but you know, in personal satisfaction, I'm just tired of this saying, have you been convicted of a felon like that, you know. And my son and I, we have a good relationship to this day. You know, I don't see him as much, but we talk and text a lot, you know. And today, you know, I'm a BLS instructor. I'm still gainfully employed. You know, I do volunteer in my community. You know, when I was homeless, I was at the guest house in Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Rescue Mission, which I obtained by a GED when I was there, which is a good thing. It was a Bible-based program called Life Skills. It was 18 months, but I could only be there for like 9 months because I had to meet my monthly obligations. But thank God my sister and my oldest daughter was help paying support because they was giving me like a $10 a week stipend. But I needed a place to stay, and I needed to get myself together mentally and my spiritual self together too as well. So I'm kind of glad I went through that, so, and I'm thankful my family helped me out and my oldest daughter, my kids are well, my youngest daughter just graduated from Mount Mary, everybody's doing well, It's just that I just want a clean slate,
No, thanks, Mr. Brown. I'll open up for questions. Any questions from the board?
All right.
Cindy?
So, Mr. Brown, you saw the letters of support you submitted from your daughter and your sister, right?
Yes, I sent about 5 or 6 letters in to you guys.
Yeah. I just, beautiful letters from your daughter and your sister about your resiliency. So what did those letters mean to you?
Feel good.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, they kept pushing me. They kept pushing me. And then, I be reading, you gotta excuse me. They helped out a lot. They know they helped out a lot, So, yep, I'm thankful for them. They're still in my corner to today, Yep.
Right. Okay, good for you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Brown? Oh, Mr. Brown, thanks for appearing before us. And, I think as Cindy hinted at, you've really come a long way, and I'm glad to hear you and your family are doing well. But hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, sir. You guys take care, and thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Marquita Walker. We have Marquita on. Oh, yep. Just need you, Marquita, to unmute yourself.
Yes. Hi.
There
I'm
you
sorry.
go.
I'm sorry. I'm logged in under my daughter's name. I was like, oh my God.
No, that's totally fine. It's the struggle with Zoom is, we get these weird muting issues and all of that, but it saved you a trip to Madison. So, Marquita, you've seen how this works. So please proceed with sharing your story about your felony conviction, what's happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So go ahead.
Okay. Back in 2009, I was working at Lowe's department store in Kenosha, and I had got charged with a felony because I was doing fraudulent returns. I would have like a friend or family member come in and like bring in some things and just return the items, and then we would like pocket the money or whatever. And I did so many that I eventually had ended up getting caught. They ended up, like I said, charging me with the felon because I didn't get the chance to pay the restitution back in time, which was like $4,500, due to the fact because I couldn't really find a job because of my background, and I have 4 children. I was sentenced to 60 days in jail, which I served 41 days in KCDC. The other days were taken off of me because I had did work crew there. So I was, some of the days was eliminated off of me. I received 2 years probation, in which 1 year was extended. So a total of 3, I believe, because I couldn't get the restitution back still in time due to the fact I couldn't find a good paying job to take care and support me and my kids and pay, the fines back or whatever. Pay back and everything. At the time I was like with my ex-husband, I was married young, who was the father of my 4 kids. I was married young, and I was doing stupid things and trying to do anything to make him happy because I was in an abusive relationship. I don't know if you guys can look, I had a case open with him where he strangled me or whatever, and because he was off of drugs and everything. He was heavily off of alcohol and heavily off of drugs, and he was a major cheater, and he would get mad at me because I didn't have money to support his habits, or get mad at me because he were having kids on me. And like, I went through a lot while I was with him, which was during the time that I committed the crime. Since then, I have divorced him. I have divorced him. I went about and did my own divorce by myself. I went through the whole process, represented myself, divorced him. We were separated first, and then it took me a while to get divorced because of the money, situation, getting it all together and all the paperwork that has to come with getting divorced. So yeah, I had divorced him. I moved away from him. I have no contact with him. He doesn't see my kids. He doesn't call for my kids or anything like that. So I'm basically a single parent doing all this stuff on my own. I have gained an associate's degree in health service administration from Brighton and Stratton College back in 2020 at the start of the pandemic. I also am currently going to MATC right now. I'm 2 semesters away from getting my associate's degree in business management. And I have a great paying job. I work for Lakeview Specialty Hospital. It's a specialty hospital for people who suffer from traumatic brain injuries. So I've been in healthcare since 2012, right after, I had committed the crime. I was able to get into healthcare. So ever since 2012, I've just been in healthcare and I've been excelling everywhere I go. So I had held management positions and I'm currently a med tech right now. I think I'm looking for a partner because this felony has really took a really bad toll on my life. Like I've been rejected from some of the best paying jobs, my education. When I started going back to school, I wanted to go for medical assistant, but because of my background, I couldn't get accepted in the program. So I had to find another program that was suitable for me to go, and that's how I ended up with health service administration. Like I said, I'm currently going for with obtaining this degree, hoping that I can, be successful and one day eventually run my own healthcare facility. So that's what I'm looking for. And I just really don't want it to be any barriers and why I can't succeed in that. So like I said, I think I should be granted this partner because I have not been in any major trouble besides traffic citations. Probably had an eviction or 2 on my background, but that's really it. And some child support cases, which was, for my kid's father and me, which all my kids do live with me. So it was child support towards him. But that's really it. I learned my lesson. I really don't want this to be continuing to hang over my head and, just gets in the way of me trying to be successful so I can, raise my kids.
Oh, thanks, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, you hit on this a little bit in terms of jobs you haven't been able to get because of your conviction, but just briefly, what would a pardon do for you?
It would do a lot for me. Like I said, once I finish my degree, I'm looking to be an administrator at a healthcare facility. And I know a lot of that they want to do background checks to make sure, that's what happens in healthcare. They look for stuff like that. So, and like I said, I've been rejected from quite a few jobs because of my background. And it was, management positions. So I've been rejected a lot because of that. So it would definitely mean a lot to me because, like I said, I can make a little bit more money and I can continue to financially help my kids. I have 2 new grandkids, so I really am, trying to do better for myself and my children and my grandkids.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Oh, thanks, Ms. Walker. I'm glad that you and your family and your growing family are doing well, but hope you all have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Darnell Garth. So Darnell, you've been patiently waiting. So you've seen how this works. So now is your opportunity to share your story with the board. So please proceed. You should be good, Darnell. All right, I think Darnell, can you hear me? All right, I think we'll maybe jump ahead and we'll reach out to Darnell and get his connection working. So while we do that, Kevin Stanford.
Hello, I am here.
Hi,
Ryan,
Kevin.
I'm going to recuse myself on this one.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so Darnell, we'll be right back with you. So Kevin, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right, first off, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me your time and thank the Legal Action of Wisconsin for getting me to this process. So, started out, I wasn't raised to be a bad kid or anything, but I've had a lot of issues growing up. My parents were great parents. Father was a Navy man for 22 years. Mother was at home parent. 9 brothers and sisters, big family. And just somewhere along that, there was something that plagued some people in my family. A lot of people were in jail, did a lot of criminal activities and fast money. So those were the things that intrigued me. My father worked very hard, 2 jobs. So he wasn't at home a lot. So that gave me a lot of room to do the stupid stuff that I did. I was fueled off ego and insecurity and ignorance. So in 7/14/09, attempted armed robbery, party to a crime, felony C. I was guilty due to no contest plea. I did 6 months in jail, and I had some Huber time, and I did 6 years probation. So how that all started was, I knew about this guy who had a large amount of drugs, and I just was like, I don't like this guy. I'm going to rob this guy. So called my cousin from Milwaukee. He had 2 people that I didn't know who came down, and they were supposed to help me do this. Dumb decision. So the way things went weren't the way they were supposed to happen. But that's probably like a lot of people's story. So we went there, pulled up. I didn't know they had firearms on them. They went inside the house and they tried the strong arm. I was in a vehicle. They took my keys. And when they came back, I drove from McFarland to the north side of Madison, pulled to my house. There was an officer there. The 2 gentlemen who were there with me got out and fled, and we both got arrested. And that's pretty much how that ended, And I know even though I wasn't one holding a firearm, I'm still as accountable as those guys who were right there. And I take full accountability for my actions, And let's see. Right now, I've done a lot to change my past. I'm not some angel. I've had a lot of things in my life, you know what I'm saying? And for the most part, I've done everything I could do to eradicate the way I was in my past life. I didn't know how to articulate my emotions. I was just, fueled off ego. And, after I did my time, my 6 months while I was in there, I made a promise to myself that I would be the best person that I could be while I was in there. And that's a promise that I made. And so when I was in there, I studied, I read, I did everything. I kind of stayed away from people, didn't make any friends while I was in there, didn't need to. So when I got out, I started doing construction. Right now, I'm a painter for the Painters Union. I've been employed with them for 7 years. I had started with an apprenticeship. And I'm actually a journeyman now. So I finished that apprenticeship a year and a half ago. And some of the things that I also did too, I worked with Habitat for Humanity, very active in my daughter's school. I coached her basketball team. She rides horses. I'm involved with all her sports and everything. I get my daughter, we have a 50-50 thing, but I get her every single day. I have her overnight on the weekends. So like I said, I'm very involved in her life. And sorry, I got some points here. And a reason that I would like this felony to be pardoned off my record is because, also I'm a small business owner too. I forgot to mention that. So for a painting company, and I'm involved in a church and stuff like that through Christ the Solid Rock. I know Pastor Mitchell. And the reason why I would like this off is because I like to do more participation in my daughter's school activities. I'd like to travel more. I went to Canada one time, went to Toronto before all this happened. One of the most beautiful places I've been. I would like to do that again. I would like to be able to own a home one day, And the biggest reason is just for myself. And like I said, I got a big family. I have 23 nieces and nephews. So this will be a big, clean slate for me to show them that it's possible to fail at some things and do the wrong things, but come back twice as strong. And my other brother, he had a felony, and he just got his expunged or pardoned a few months back. So that was a celebration for our family. So I'm hoping that I could be next. And I believe that's it. If you guys have any questions, I'm ready for them.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. You disclosed that you got a probation violation when you were on probation. What was that for, and how many did
I don't think it was a violation that I got. It was just a few times when it was a weekend thing. So, when you're on probation and it's a weekend, if they can't reach your agent, you have to go and be detained until they can reach them. So that was kind of that situation.
Why were you detained?
Because I was in a car, we got pulled over. It was nothing that I did. I wasn't drunk on any drugs or anything. Got pulled over, had my ID, and showed him my ID, told him I was on probation. The one time was in the Dells. I think it was 2 times in the Dells.
So you're just riding in a car and they detained you?
When riding in the car, we get pulled over. I don't know exactly why we got pulled over, to be honest.
But if you're just riding in the car, they didn't tell you why they were taking you into custody?
Well, like I said, when I was in probation, they detained me because I was on probation. That's what my probation agent told me that could happen.
Well, okay. I mean, they can't just detain you because you're on probation. They had to think you did something wrong.
That happened to me a few times. Like I've got a speeding tickets or something,
All right. Were you ever arrested for disorderly conduct?
Yes, in my past.
While you were on probation?
I don't think I had an arrest for disorderly conduct on probation. And if there was one, it got dropped.
And were you the subject of a restraining order?
Yes.
From your child's mother?
Yes, sir. So what that situation was, I went to her house and I wanted to, it's a long situation with our relationship. It's been very tumultuous. So went to her house. We got into a little argument. She called the police. She lied like I spat on her and hit her. The police came. I stayed. And then we went to court. She wanted to get a restraining order. And I had a little money, so I got me an attorney. And he said, you don't want to see her. She doesn't want to see you. This might work out in your favor. So just agree to it. Because since you have a felony, you don't want to go to child court because it may be bad for you. So I agreed to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Stanford, how is your relationship now with your ex? And
our relationship is okay.
Mhm.
We talk, we communicate when we need to, but that's about it.
Yeah.
It's something that, the reason it was so tumultuous then was just because I was with someone and she wasn't, and not trying to, put it all on that, but that's basically kind of what it was. And I think it was the fact that she thought I was trying to make another woman our child's mother, which wasn't. But now we are a lot more cordial. We try to plan things out. The restraining order should be ending very soon. But yeah, as far as that, yeah, that's about it. I'm good with her family, her mother, and her father. So I talk with them often still.
Okay. Anthony, you have a question?
Yeah, I think a part of this, I want to make sure I say this, Kevin, as far as I think this is kind of what Jeff was kind of probably alluding to a little bit as well. Were you in the car by yourself when you were arrested, or you were in a car with other people? And then when you got pulled over?
So this is the thing. I don't really remember this too well, honestly, but I know when I was on probation, I got pulled over multiple times, and I went to jail over the weekend multiple times, but I didn't get charged with anything.
Got it. Okay. All right. Yeah, because Yeah, because basically I'm asking a question, brother. Not if other people were in a car with you and someone else,
So
got
there
in
was
trouble,
one.
whatever the case may be. That's
There
what
was
we're.
one time. One time I was in the car with my cousins and my brother. Me and my brother got detained, and this was in the Dells. And as soon as they reached my probation agent, I got released, and I didn't get charged with that. That's the one time I remember the most. I think another time I was in the Dells. I was at a bar, and a police officer tried to arrest me for saying the F word, and he rushed me, and I put my hands up, and then I went to jail on that, and then I got out. Charges got dropped. So it was situations, really stupid situations that I didn't try to create a situation. My cousin was fighting with his girlfriend outside. I was out there trying to calm it down because I already knew I was on probation and I just didn't want to go to jail, but that ended up happening. So sorry, my memory's not the best for some of these things. Honestly, just I put a lot of this stuff in the back of my head, going through this stuff, and it's been a while. So
Yeah, I one of the things I just want to say this, I believe I've said this before as well. I think if anything, I want for us to make sure that we are making it clear, right, of what happened. So it's nothing for us to second guess. So that's why I'm asking you I'm asking you more questions about it. So, all right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. Stanford, thanks for appearing before us and answering all of our questions. Again, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. I think, Darnell, are we good now? Let's see if we can get you unmuted. Oops.
You have to unmute yourself, Darnell.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, we're good now.
Sorry about that. I mean,
no need to apologize. We've all done it. So it's the benefit though is you've seen how this goes multiple times. So I'm just going to hand things right over to you.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank Ewer for giving us everyone opportunity to the expungement. Man, it's just a blessing. I've been waiting for this a long time, but back then in 2000, earlier than that, back in 96, 97, I was going through a great deal of things with me and my wife. Divorced, childhood friends, next door neighbor, got married. All of a sudden it just took a turn for the worse. But we still was talking because we live next door. We still was talking to one another. But when this divorce thing came, and remind you, I was young. The divorce came and I never experienced that in court. Like all the hatred came out and everything came out. And remind you, we have to go back home. We live next door to each other. We grew up together. And I was bitter a little bit. She was too. Took care of my kids. That I did do. But not in the court eyes. They looked at it as if I was neglecting my kids, and which I wasn't. My family, we are a tight-knit family, very tight-knit, hers as well. And when the divorce came about, I'm looking at her like, why are we going through this? I mean, you put me on child support. I know I'm all over the place. Just follow me. I'm all over the place. And she was like, yeah, I want you to do for the kids. And I said, I am. So it was a back and forth thing. Now, I remind you, I was a little bit rebellious about it, but then I just started paying my child support. And I stopped. Then it was hard for me to get a job back then. So I stopped. When I stopped, she put child support back on. It never went away, but she was more forceful with it. She was more going down there and saying that, you know, I'm not doing for my kids and this, that, and the other. And now we going back and forth. So I'm giving her the money to show her this is new to me. I never ever been through this before. My uncles and them, they didn't, and we didn't know. They didn't have no answer for me. So I'm saying to myself, I'm like, why are we going through this? And she was like, well, you know, I need help with my kids. Okay, fine. Here you go. And it was quiet for a minute. Then I got another letter. Now, remind you, I'm seeing my kids, and she moved on with her life as well. Now I'm seeing my kids, and I see a guy come over and this, that, and the other. So I couldn't take it no more. You know, I'm looking like, hey, wait a minute. I need to move. This, that, and the other. I was sending you the money and blah, blah, blah. So I moved out of town. And it took about a year or 2 or 3. I moved out of town, came back, and I had a warrant for my arrest. So I turned myself in. And I'm asking them what's going on. And it was like, you here for failure to pay child support, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. I said, oh my goodness. And she was being vindictive. I know she was. She was going down there like every other month, just saying she's not getting anything. But I was handing her money, you know, what I can. But she wasn't reporting that. Like I said, it was a very, very bitter divorce.
So, Mr. Garth, what happened afterwards? So, you know, there obviously it seems like a lot of back and forth and acrimonious, but what happened afterwards? So once you got convicted, give me just briefly, like from that date to day, in terms of how is your relationship with your kids, with your ex, and what have you done in order to kind of right the ship?
Oh, well, after all that, I mean, I was getting to the felony part. I didn't realize child support was a felony. And anyways, long story short, I got the felony, and what I thought was, what they told me was that, you know, when you take care of this child support, this will fall off. And I'm looking like, okay, I can deal with it. So when I got out of jail, it was hard for me to get a job, but I still, you know, did odd jobs, this, that, and the other. So long story short, everything was going good. Excellent. You know, me and my wife, you know, we cordial. Our kids are grown. My kids well, not my kids. I mean, my kids, but one of my kids, he's not here. He passed away. Well, I hate to even talk about this. He was killed 2 years ago. That's my baby kid, my baby son that was living with me. And actually his court date is Monday. Monday on the 15th, so I have to go to court for that. It's my kids, we have good relationships. It was just the bitter part of the divorce that made this all ugly, you know. And I came out of all that, everything. I mean, I had my foster license, I was taking care of my foster kids, and they got taken away. It was just like a big old, I mean, that whole year right there was just like the last 2 years. It's like devastating. You know, I'm looking like, wait, why are you taking the kids away? Because you had child support issues. I was like, wait a minute, I thought this was taken care of. I mean, it's just it was a felony, and that happened so long ago. They was like, no. I'm looking like, wait a minute. So I went deeper into it, like, what's going on, and looked at it, and it says on there that it was me neglecting my kids. I was like, I didn't neglect my kids at all. My kids I was at every function, everything, you know, and I'm sitting here just like stunned, like, man, what's going on, you know? But me and my wife, we real tight. I mean, she comes over with my daughter, my grandkids. We talk, and she said, you know, she's like, I didn't think it was gonna go this far, because she was involved with my foster kids too, and was my kids. Also, my youngest son. My youngest son was more involved with them more than my other 2 kids. You know, my youngest son, he helped me with him, and you know, I'm still lost for words. Like everything just came down, tumbling down again. Like now I'm starting back over. Like, okay, now what is this?
Yeah, Mr. Garth, I'm going to open it up for questions. Just one question I do have before I hand it over to the rest of the board. If you are pardoned by the governor, were you planning on fostering again?
Well, absolutely. No, absolutely. That's the hurting part that, you know, I want to adopt, because the hurting part that I have these kids for 2 years and all of a sudden they get taken away. And that was another devastating thing, you know, because I mean, we was like bond, we was like this, you know, and and I'm looking forward to adopting, and if I could, I heard I can't do both, but I'd rather do a wide variety of like a group home setting.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm a treatment foster care, so they had a lot of challenges. Like, you know, I had 3 boys, and all 3 of them had challenges, and I just grew with them. I mean, it's just like a bond, you know.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It balanced me out. Me giving them something. You know, we went everywhere. I mean, State Fair, we did everything. I mean, it was just the love. And a lot of guys that I hung around with, they wanted to do the same thing, but their record was a little bit messed up. But I'm, you know, encouraging them to get it straightened out. Now here I am getting mine straightened out.
Yeah. Fair enough. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Mr. Garth, are you employed at the present time?
Not at this moment. The reason why is that because my mom, this is devastating to her, and she's all I got. And you know, I'm like I said, this is not over with until.
How long has it been since you've been employed?
2 years. The reason why is that, okay, July 30th, they let me go because they said I parked in the parking structure. Okay. But prior to that, it was a case that, okay.
Yeah, I just want to know when you stopped working and whether you're employed now. Thank you, Mr. Garth.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well,
no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Anthony.
What type of employment are you looking for, Mr. Garth?
Well,
or are you currently looking for employment? I guess is a better question.
Yeah, I am, but this court date is like really. I have a lot on my plate. I have to open up the case back again with Freighter, because it go deeper than that. Because I already had. I went to court because the lady hit me, and I was going to court, and it was on camera. Long story short, after that, I got fired for something else. So I have a lot of things on my plate right now. I'm just trying to get my mind off of, first of all, my son's situation. That's number one. And my mom, you know, she have challenges as well. And I do, you know, property. We have property, so I help take care of that. I help take care of her. Also, I do a lot of things for my auntie, which is she has a challenge too. So,
okay.
But after all this is over with, and now, you know, this case, this right here, I just got a lot on my plate, and I just need to just, you know, clear my head for a minute until I get everything just back together, you know.
Thanks, Mr. Garth. Really appreciate your time and sharing your story with us, and very sorry to hear about your son, and hope everything goes as best as it can next week, considering the difficulty of it.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, have a good day.
Right.
Next, we'll be hearing from Elgin Hortman. So, Mr. Hortman, looks like you're on there, so you've had the benefit of seeing how this goes. So, if you can just start off by, you know, telling us about the felony conviction in 98, 2 felony convictions in 98, what has happened since then, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon.
Thank you, guys. I would like to thank you guys for hearing me out this afternoon. And my name is Elgin.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I want to say back, I took some notes. I'm going to read my notes I took. Well, back in 1998, I was hanging around a group of guys that was cashing fraudulent checks in the neighborhood. And one day I was approached one day I was approached to cash a check. It was have a check presented in my name, and I can cash it at a local bank. Well, the next day I was presented with the check, and I took it to the local bank, cashed it. I believe the check was about $1,000, and took it to the bank, showed it, tell her my ID, presented her with the check, got the funds from the check, and I split it with the person that put me on to cashing the check. Well, I did that twice. I cashed 2 checks twice. It was City of Milwaukee checks back in 1998. Both checks is about $1,000 a piece. I received between like $400 or $500 a piece for each I did. And there also was a third check, but the third check got confiscated by the teller. So after a few months, I got arrested for uttering and forgery. I was sentenced to 40 months probation, and I had to pay restitution back. Restitution took a little bit longer to pay back because I really wasn't working back in late 20s, early 30s. And I finished my probation in 2008 after I paid off my restitution. I was formally discharged from my probation. Since then, after I completed my probation, I just been working 4-time jobs, from cooking to driving to taking care of, relatives, home health care, and things like that. Right now, I'm employed for the Milwaukee VA Hospital. I do transportations. I transport VA patients to and from, the VA appointments. I've been doing that for about a year. Before that, I was on unemployment because of the pandemic. And before I was unemployed, I was a cook/driver for a few schools in the Glendale school system. I delivered school lunch programs for about 5 or 6 schools in the Glendale area. But that's about it for my work situation.
Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hortman. Mr. Hortman, the city of Milwaukee has sent a letter in opposing your request for a pardon, primarily or exclusively because they say you still owe them restitution for those checks. Is that
Really? I don't.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe so. I haven't received a letter or nothing from the city or nothing like that.
Well, they sent a letter to the governor's office opposing your request for a pardon. So whenever there's a victim in a pardon application, the governor's office reaches out to the victim to say, hey, this person has asked for a pardon. Do you have a position on it? And in this case, the city of Milwaukee has said, it looks like he's, led a pro-social life since then, but he still owes us restitution. And so therefore we're opposed to it.
Okay, I never do that.
So do you recall making restitution payments to the city of Milwaukee? Do you have any records or receipts of making those payments?
It was so long ago, I don't believe so. But a few years back, I know my checks was getting garnished for payments, but I'm not sure if the payments is going to the city or the payments going for me being on probation.
Because there's the other thing I was going to ask you about, according to the CCAP records, the court records, there's a civil judgment against you for almost $7,000. And I don't know if that's the same case here, because you were ordered to make $7,000 in restitution jointly and severally. And the fact that you still owe just under 7,000 would suggest it's the same case, but I don't know. Do you know?
I sure don't.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Hartman.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Hartman, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say a number of times, you'll hear from us in about 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome of the process, but really appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. And last, we will hear from Lou Jofek. So Lou, thanks for waiting patiently. Wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. Lou, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. All right, I think what we'll do is we'll have our staff reach out to Mr. Jofek. So why don't we take a 3-minute break if that's okay with the board members? And we'll try to get Lou back here in a minute. So we'll be back. Oh, here's Lou.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Good. All right, Lou. Don't worry about it. So, Lou, if you could just start off with by explaining, you have the 2 felony convictions from 1979 to 1984. Just explain what happened with those, what happened since then, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So go ahead.
Okay. The one in 79, we were out screwing around and we were actually out siphoning gas for our car.
Mm-hmm.
So we went over by the welding shop and the door was actually open. We walked inside and we didn't know we'd set off alarm, and we took some tools and stuff and we got caught. And the bad part about that was the cop I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it was pretty crappy, but I'm trying to make it fast for you. So I went on probation and did all that, never got in trouble until 1985. I think that was the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a stupid thing, doing a burglary, and got caught again. I can't blame the guys I was with because, I got my own mind. So it was some of the dumbest stuff I ever done in my life. But and then when I got out, actually when I went to prison, I looked at all these guys when they asked you, how many, okay, is this your first time in here? And I raised my hand. And then I watched, who's been here 2 times? I see these other guys raising their hand. Who's been in here 3 times? I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me. So, I did my time. I got my education through there, welding. And when I got out, my buddies were still up to the same old stuff. And I just started working. I worked in the daytime concrete for HUD houses. And then at nighttime, I worked at a bar as a doorman. and I saved my money to go to school to become a truck driver. So then I did that for years. I mean, I had a lot of jobs in there, but back in '79, no. I mean, I remember going without eating and just so I could feed my kid. So that was more important than anything else. But so I worked, all the time. I got rid of my old friends. I ended up getting new ones. I probably would have had better letters of recommendation, but one of them's FBI, and I can't tell him that I was criminal. He's a relation. So, and the other one used to be a clerk of courts for Greenfield, and my family I don't let know. My kids don't know. So if they ever find out, I want to be able to say, well, I got a pardon for it. I just don't want them ever finding out. I've been married for 33 years. I've been with her for 35, and she said the only reason she would marry me is if I quit drinking. So I haven't drank in 30 some years. But I mean, there's so much stuff I want to tell you guys, and I'm not good at this. But
Nope, you're doing just fine, Lou.
yeah, and I got my grandson, and like I said, my kids, all three of them ended up going to or finishing school. And all, like I said, they don't know what I did. And I taught them, I told them, I said, if you ever get caught stealing, man, you better stay in jail, because once you get out, I'm whooping your ass. But no, it's I do stuff for the church. We did stuff for the veterans to help them get wheelchairs when I was in the hospital for, I think, 288 days in 1 year. I volunteered to go talk to patients because I had an LVAD and a pacemaker, defibrillator, cardiac MEMS. I had so much stuff for me. I was wired. So they asked me if I would just start talking to patients to get them to get out of bed. So I went to the patients, this and that. And then I ended up a couple years ago, I ended up back in the hospital, and I finally got a heart. And they wanted me to come back to talk to patients again. And then the COVID stuff hit. So I didn't get to do that. And I was kind of a spokesman for LVAD. It's what kept me alive for 3 years. It's a pump that they put in your chest. But the crimes in it, I just wish I never did them. I can't explain it, but I mean, I was accused of other stuff, but I didn't do that. But one of them was for abandonment. I said, no, the cop was laughing. He goes, well, you had to be 4 years old to have these kids. I said, I told you it wasn't me. Oh, but no, I don't know what to say.
No, I think what I'll do is I'll open up for questions from the board, Lou.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Well, glad that you're doing well, and I'm assuming the heart transplant went well, since you look like you're doing well.
Oh yeah, I try to do well. This was the most nervous day of my life, I think. Everybody keeps on telling me, yeah, you can do this, do it. And I'm thinking, yeah. But I just hope my kids never find out.
Well, I really appreciate your time with us, and hope you have a good weekend, and you'll hear from us in 2 to 3 months in terms of the outcome.
Yeah, I hope it's a good one.
All right.
All right.
Sounds
Well,
good.
thanks for your time, and we could thank the governor too for doing this, because the last one stopped you guys, the pardon board. No.
Nope. We're glad we can do it as well. So thanks a lot, Lou, and have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. And that concludes the afternoon session. Now it's time for going into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including to deliberate concerning a case before the board, Considering specific applications, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Is there a first? And I'll take Anthony's as a second. And Cindy, are you opposed? Oh, that makes it unanimous. And with that, we will go into closed session. Just going to turn